right, y'all. But this week, yeah, it would be released.
evening, wherever you may be in this wonderful world of ours. Welcome into the Post-TWIPT Show. Laptop Pound here with a full cup of coffee and already half a cup drank already this morning. Woo! Missions, asking about missions. Nerd of Anarchy must be new to the channel. Thank you, OTP, for the raid, and thank you to D King 395, one of my mods. 30 months. 30 months. Holy smokes, D King, where does time go, huh? Where does time go? So much has happened in Canada and Sarasota, in Florida, in the United States. 30 months, you hit the big 3-0. Well, another 10 months and the kids will be out of the house. You'll be in your 40s. They'll be off to university. Welcome in again. Thanks, OOTP, for the raid. And if you have any questions, I see our wonderful community answering questions. A-Dub answering a question. VR Mind answering a question. So Nerd of Anarchy, feel free. If you have perfect team questions, if you have base game questions, if you have OOTP questions, if you have any questions, feel free to put it in the chat because we have a wealth of information. Look at that. Franchise again helping out. There we go. Keep on asking. Welcome in, everyone, to the August the 28th, the end of August. It is about 30 degrees Celsius up here in the Edmonton, Alberta region. If you're experiencing a little bit of a heat wave, this is kind of our first big heat wave of the season so far, which is kind of odd. We're getting pretty cloudy, pretty rainy, pretty cool. We even had frost-like conditions sometimes. My wife was like, oh, it's going to get to 1.3 degrees Celsius. I got to go cover up my tomatoes. Oh no, that frost better not hit in mid-July. Yeah, there was a few times where the frost almost hit here. In Memphis, it is currently 73 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind is blowing from the south-southwest at 2 miles per hour. That's not much of a wind, and 60% humidity. So make sure you have your, what's the most popular under-odor deodorant right now? What's the smelly one that usually when I was young, I said, all the old guys wear that one. What's the one in the red container? The deodorant. Look at what you get on this channel, Nerd Anarchy. You get deodorant suggestions. Oh, there it is, Grizz. There you go. Yeah, the Old Spice. Old Spring, Old Spice. It's old. That's probably why I thought it was for old people. Back when I was younger, it's like, Old Spice? What, is that to cover up the smell when you get older? And now I'm like, yeah, honey, can you go to Costco and do they have Old Spice there? Crazy. Use Axe. Ooh, I remember. I was I remember going through like the Walmarts and seeing all the varieties of Axe and then opening one up and smelling it. And then it's like every time a student came into the classroom, you could identify the Axe users. It's like, Timmy, I've moved you to the back. You remember how you used to sit up front? Well, you know what? You've been such a good kid. You deserve a little bit of more autonomy. I'm going to move you to the back. All right? And Donnie. Oh, man. Timmy needs a friend back there. Yeah, see back corner? Yeah, way away from my desk. Back corner. That Axe was nasty. Ooh, exactly. The Axe radius. I'd reorganize my room so I knew where to put students. Have a little questionnaire in the very first day. So what's your favorite subject? How'd you do last year in grade 8? What's your favorite movie? Oh, what deodorant do you use? I need to make my seating plan tonight. 400 bucks a bottle? I could get a case for that. I didn't mind the cologne I wore. I can't remember what it was. It was purple, though. I thought it looked cool, and I wore it for many, many, many years. But I don't really wear cologne anymore because I don't go out much. I just kind of stick around here. I go to Costco usually on Wednesdays. Hit the old thrift stores. See what kind of new clothes I can get. Go to Timmy's, of course, once in a while. My son likes Starbucks. He's not a Timmy's fan. Oh, Dad, can we go to Starbucks? Oh, and can you pay? And he gets up to the window and says, Can I have a crushed ice light foam mocha pumpkin spice shot, flipped twice, rotated 3 times, and given a big smile? Can I have one of those? Oh, yes, sir. Yes, you can. That'll be $14.95. You know, there's a gas station down the road. The coffee's just as good. It's like $1.25 for a large. You even get to put in your own cream and sugar. You don't want to go there. Kids these days. He likes hot sauces too. So I'm like, well, just dab some hot sauce behind your ears. Why spend money on cologne? If you like hot sauce, people are going to smell that more than your cologne anyway. Just dab some of that. Get that Rick and Morty stuff. The Szechuan, which was popular for a while. My kids were all over that. Why did I let them watch Rick and Morty? Because I was a cool parent and they were like over 14. I think that's acceptable. Like South Park back in the day. So welcome in, everyone. Good to see Brent. Good to see Grizz. Good to see Max LP. Good to see Jason and Oof and Ewall and BD Cable and Nerd of Anarchy and Cub Fan Steve and Kato and VR Mind and who am I missing? Chalupa Pants, Perfect Weather, My Mice Forever with the We Are Marshall team, Hawk Ring, Gypsy Sung, Franchise, and of course, 2 of my mods here. We've got D King 395 and iDub. Kashnar's on vacation. He's the one that, you know, between he and D King, I can kind of rely on things getting done in here. I mean, A-Dub's good too. He's just like a few minutes slow. And it's okay if he's a few minutes slow. He's just double checking. He's thorough. A-Dub, one of our best gold players out there. I do have the Dave Steeb on my team. I do have the Variant 5 Dave Steeb. I got it on the card shop for $80K like a couple weeks ago. He's worth $50K if I quick sell him. So he didn't cost me too much. And it's the Variant Dave Steeb. I'm not going to quick sell him. He's staying on my roster because he's going to be part of my collection way after this game has ceased to exist. He will still be on my roster. What else do we got? We got prizes to give away. We got packs to give away. So Nerd Anarchy, stay tuned. These we have History Rebel and we have Nerd Anarchy. Do we have Loser Defiant? What's next? Geek. Geek. Don't tell me what to do. Yeah, we got an early bird coming up soon. We got some bounties coming up soon. Laptop Pound streaming a few extra days because of the 5L. I was on yesterday with the 5L final. Thanks to those of you that joined me for the 5L final. We'll talk more about that later. And tomorrow, I am back on because I didn't stream on Tuesday. And Tuesday's OOTP has been generous enough to give me the drops, the OOTP official drops on Tuesdays. So you can catch me or TJ typically later at night. Gives you 2 times during the day. Nerd Anarchy was asking about that. Well, I didn't get all my drops with Spore. There'll be a replay tonight. So you have 2 chances to get it on Thursday, and you have 2 chances on Tuesday to get your official drops. With me at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time or with TJ at 9 p.m. Eastern time. There's a big, nice window between the two. Now, I wasn't on Tuesday for my main show. So I switched my Tuesday show to Friday, and I asked OOTP if if they could help me out a little bit, because on Friday, tomorrow, we are doing a couple segments on our show. We're going to have the 5L bingo at our usual time, and from 2 to 3 Eastern, we're going to do some PTWC hype. Oh yeah, we're gonna hype up the PTWC, one of the biggest competitions in this game. Give it a big deal. About it. Contest, guess the winner of the PTWC, and I'm hoping some of you that qualified, because I did not. I was not one of the top prestigious 128 best players in the game. but I would like to have a roundtable tomorrow with some of you guys or ladies. And if you want to join me, DM me in Discord. It'll be between 2 and 3 p.m. Eastern time. So if your boss lets you take an hour off work, I'd like to bring a few of you on, hype it up, talk about the different tournaments, ask you a few questions personally, like what kind of deodorant that you wear, all that kind of stuff. So yes, whether you're an affiliate, whether you're just a competitor, you can have your camera on, camera off. I don't care what kind of Karate Kid organization you want, on, off, as long as your voice is on and we can hear your voice and I can ask you questions. So if you want to be part of the round table tomorrow, and of course, there's certain rules you have to abide by, like, no foul language, no obscenity, no showing off things we shouldn't see, no hate speech, the typical kind of things. And I will need a credit card number and your bank PIN. But other than that, it's pretty fair game in what we can talk about. So yes, please DM on Discord if you have some time available. I would love to chat with some of you about the PTWC, and otherwise it'll just be me going through as a non-competitor in kind of a boring, monotone. There's a traditional tournament where it's open and it's bronze, low cap, 1375. See, that's not going to be fun. I'd like some of you guys to join me. So main drops will be on. We're going to hype up the OOTP World Championships because there will not be any other main drop channel tomorrow because of, holidays and commitments and things like that from who that typically does it on Fridays, going off on a little trip. Wow, kind of a 1-dayer, maybe a 2-dayer. So I'm going to fill in and do the OOTP main drops. It will be on my channel, though, not on the OOTP channel. So come find Laptop Hound tomorrow. We're going to do the bingo for the first half of the show, and second half of the show, we will hype up PTWC, and there may or may not be a contest. I have to ask my supplier. Hey, can you hit me up for a few more packs for Friday? Do you think I can give away a few more packs for the PTWC championship? So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. There may or may not be. We'll see. All right. We are on a break, I guess, apparently. So we'll be back in less than a minute time as this break continues. All right, we're here after the break. I missed the break when it kicked in there. Cub fan Steve got a request for the next break. We absolutely will get that in. Welcome to all the new viewers. Welcome to the older viewers. And welcome to all you viewers out there that enjoy this game and the cards so much. Let me know what you're pulling in packs. We already had a Doolittle. It looks like it's pulled in packs. And again, I'm not really looking over every single comment because I got so many screens open up here. I'm looking around. But I do see BD Cable wanted me to shout out Laptop Hound for preaching the truth. Are you talking about deodorant truth? About the smelly axe? Well, thank you. Thank you for that. And BD Cable, I could run one of your teams, but do you want to win? That's the question. I would love to run a perfect draft. I would love to do one of the drafts for someone in the PTWC. So if you don't have any time on your hands and you trust me with your password, that's a big one. If you trust me with your password and you want me to do one of your PTWC drafts, oh, I'm all up for that. And I will try. I will really try. I won't just pick random people. I will try. However, I do have to tell you, if Kitty is there, I can't pass him up. So that's my payment is I get to draft Kitty if he's part of your draft. So again, we will have a big discussion tomorrow, hopefully a roundtable discussion. Again, DM me on Discord if you're participating and have that hour free. Probably be from 2 p.m. Eastern to 3 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, we'll hype it up. We'll have a lot of fun. All right, let's do our cool affiliate of the day. Who is it? Nerd of Anarchy. How are they chosen? They're chosen through an accumulation of points over the course of mid-March all the way up to about a week ago, participating in tournaments, doing well in the PTMS. And if you want to check out all of that, let me just show you here quickly because I do have a window that is really good to show you. So OOTP has their main forum. I highly recommend you go to kind of the main page for OOTP. That's this one right here, ootpdevelopments.com. You may have been there already, but if you're not, there is the link. And on there, I'll accept your cookies. On there, you can see things like the sale they have going on. Got it. Okay. The game you can get for $24.99. Did you pick up the game on sale, Mr. Anarchy? Because it's on sale. You can also look at the hockey version. They have a hockey version of OOTP called Franchise Hockey Manager. And you can join the Discord, which I recommend. You can go to the forums where you can answer questions, check about different bug reports and online leagues and all that kind of stuff. And they also have a competitive site. And on this competitive site, this is where they track. This is where they track all the results from all the different tournaments. So if you want to see results from PTCSs, which are, how baseball playoffs have wildcard rounds, division series, championship series. The PTCS, think of it like the division series in the baseball playoffs, where every few weeks, the top 128 teams that have the most points from the tournaments that they play in bronze, gold, diamond, drafts, etc., they get invited to the PTCS. From that point, depending on your success, you get points from your results in those tournaments to qualify for the PTMS, which is like the conference championships. Top 128 people, based on the points from previous PTCSs, they participate. And then using those points from league play, points from PT Live, those all go into a grouping for the PTWC that you can see over here, August 30th to 31st. Top 128 point getters get invited to that, and that's what's taking place this weekend. Next weekend is the next PTCS already. Those points will go towards PTMS number 3 in November and PTWC in February. So we're kind of at the midway point of the tournament season right now. So what you want to do as a player is you want to try and get involved in getting points for the PTCS. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later, History Rebel. I'll show you a few more charts that'll really help you out. But again, if you want to check out the competitive standings, I've given you the link there. Also, it's got the laptop and lower level Leisure Lounge, which we'll talk about later too. Hope that helps. And you got the game on sale? Well, enjoy it. Saving 50% off is always nice. And like I said, our community of streamers, our community of viewers is so knowledgeable. You can't find a community where people are as passionate, as nice, as polite, and they're not even all Canadian, which is a surprising thing. Oh, and Sundays, at least for the first week, maybe avoid going over to Cavacom. Just kidding. Just kidding. Go check Cavacom on Sundays. He streams most of the day, and he plays a lot of Perfect Team as well. But again, there's lots of cool streamers out there. Who is our cool shout out today? I missed that. Our cool shout out was Baseball Dreamland, baseball_Dreamland. Thank you, AW. Thank you for doing that. And also, we got some cool little things on here. If you want to check out how much people love you today on stream, you can go !love. If you want to play rock, paper, scissors against someone, just go !RPS. If you want to check how you're going to do in the bounty today, go !bounty. So a lot of different things that you can do here. There is a cooldown, so if you try and spam that, it's going to make you wait for a while. Or if you want to check out your latest weather report, !weather, space, and then the city that you want to check the weather. A-Dub's in North Korea, so he often likes to check out the capital of North Korea. So just ignore him because, he's a foreigner from North Korea. He does his own thing. He's also one of our cool streamers, as you can see here, right in the blue column, the second one right there. Thank you for the follow, nwags0604. Now, I haven't seen you chat, nwags, so can you please say hello in the chat? And nwags, I don't know if you know, but I knew you were going to follow me today. I just had a feeling, like 3 months ago, I had a feeling you were going to follow me, and so I made you a cool little song, like a walk-up song. You want to hear it? This is for you, nwags. There you go. That one's for you, nwags. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy the game, and thanks for joining the Dog Pound. Usually everyone else that is follow gets an Elvis Presley version cover. You get the actual wags. All right. No, we don't have the wags for. The wags are on Mondays, but we do have a new follower named nwags. So I thought it was appropriate. Okay, so thank you again to all our affiliates that stream this wonderful game. Thank you, Mr. Geez, we got History. You guys are confusing me. We got History Rebel, and we got Nerd Defiant or Nerd. Where's Nerdy? Where's the nerd one? Nerd of Anarchy. History Rebel, Nerd of Anarchy. Are you guys related? Thank you for picking the game up on sale, Nerd of Anarchy. Again, if you have any questions, please ask. So what else is going on? As I mentioned, if you're just joining in, tomorrow, special stream by the Hound. We got a two-parter. We got the 5L bingo where you'll have a chance to play bingo, mark off things on the card with my bingo checkers and I, and there'll be 10 packs given out for that tomorrow, 12:30 to 2 p.m. Eastern. And then second part of the show is going to be some PTWC hype. Hype it up, get it going, because one day later, the World Series, so to speak, of OOTP Perfect Team will be taking place. It's a 2-day event on Saturday and Sunday, and we're going to hype it up tomorrow. So give it a round of applause. Louder, louder, please. Thank you. And again, hopefully we'll have some participants on the stream tomorrow, and we'll talk about the different competitions, talk about some of the cards that might be important, and some of the prizes that are going to be given out. So PTWC hype tomorrow. OOTP main drops will be on. So I won't have the affiliate drops on. The main channel drops, we'll be here for you to pick up your 5 packs. Speaking of packs, let's get our early bird giveaway going. So give me one memento, please, as I find the right screen. That would be this one here. And activates. Exclamation enter, exclamation ticket. You got to be here to win, like Cub fan Steve. Cub fan Steve will be here. He was first in, History Rebel second in. I don't know if History Rebel has a cool history question for today. Let's see if I'm missing any highlighted comments. Dual laptop pound 69. Did I win? Oh, I guess I got to accept. Is it too late? Yes, we have dueling as well. Let me see. Accept. No, I guess it's run out. All right. Let me check my rock, paper, scissors. I hope I play R-dub. R-dub or A-dub. Did I win? Laptop pound just dropped paper against Stroud and their scissors. Ouch. You're cutting me up, Stroud. That's twice you beat me. Jeez. Finally. Paper's usually good. Usually I would have to go with rock. All right, A-Dub, we'll try this again. I beat you on Tuesday. Am I going to beat you today? Come on, baby. All right. Congratulations, A-Dub, on taking that duel. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, A-Dub. Thank you. There we go. All right, let's start things up. Let's go. Let's start it up. Let's crank it up, Mario. Get your entries in. We'll make the draw in about an hour's time. Oh, Nerd of Anarchy. Did you realize that you can not only play your game on the desktop version that you got on sale, but you can also pick up OOTP Go for your favorite device? And OOTP Go gives you notifications, I think. There we go. Where are they? There they go. You can kind of see my notifications at the bottom. They'll give you phone notifications on whether you win a tournament. Yeah. $9.99. That's it. And that's good. That's not per month. No. This is not per month, Nerd of Anarchy. It's full for the duration of this version of the game, which is about 2 years' time. You're going to get $9.99 value for 2 years, and you could play tournaments. You can do perfect drafts. You can look at your league team. You can call your mom. You can do all that on your device and get in-game notifications. So $9.99. If you're interested, go over to Google Play, Apple Store, wherever you may pick up all the apps. And if you don't own a phone, well, for $12.55.99, you can pick up a phone at your local phone shop. You can get a rotary one. It's a little bit cheaper, but it may not work. All right. Don't forget, at the end of the month, we're going to give out 20 packs to our managers that are the top 6L manager and the top 5L manager. Right now, we've got about 5 more days, 28, 29, 30, 31, 4 more drafts before we determine our top managers for the 6L and the 5L. And remember, the 5L currently has a tournament going on right now, a qualifying tournament. So, Mr. Nerd Anarchy, if you want to get involved in perfect drafts where you pick cards and then you play against other equally talented opponents, try the 5L. I will warn you, though, it filled up I think it's full now, in about 4 hours today. 4 hours. Is it full? It is full. Yeah. in less than 4 hours, the 5L fill up. That's the quickest the 5. You guys are going to make me get up early just to enter this tournament now, aren't you? And the 6L tonight is full as well. So I recommend, if you want to get involved in some tournaments, go to, let me show you. Go to your game, click on show tournaments. Now, if you play any of these traditional tournaments that you see at the top, you need to own specific cards. You can't just enter and win. You need to build a team, and you need to own the cards on your account that you get in packs. However, as a new player, you should be going over to the perfect draft section, and you're allowed to enter 3 perfect drafts at any one time. I recommend that you enter all 3. When you enter a draft, cards are going to come up that you have to choose from, and we're going to do a draft in about 5 or 10 minutes, a bounty draft. You may want to get involved in that one for practice. I'm just telling you, I won both bounty drafts on Monday. Now, don't let that intimidate you, but both bounty drafts we did on Monday, I won. But you could win today. So yeah, we'll go through some perfect drafts. The 2 I recommend are the one that say Laptop Hound at the start. Laptop Hound Daily Lower Level Leisure Lounge. It's full for tomorrow, but tomorrow at around 11 a.m. Eastern, you can get in. And this tournament uses only cards silver or lower. So you're not going to get a perfect card or a diamond card. And the best thing is, Anarchy, is that you don't need to own the cards. They're all part of a card pool you get to select from. The other one is the evening one. That's the late lower level leisure lounge. Usually this one fills up by about noon. It's full for tonight already, but go check both those out. They all use the lower cards. So on my channel, me and many of my viewers, we love iron cards. We love bronze cards. We love silver cards. We talk about them ad nauseum, and maybe you'll be a lover of the lower level cards. But in the meantime, you can enter a few that are not full yet and do some drafts. We're going to do a quick one. There's 3 empty ones. So there should be at least one of those available when we get to the bounties very soon. All right. Hope that helps for all the new players out there. That's right. That's right. Kitty is part of the mandatory draft in perfect drafts from now on for the bounties. So you get 10 points for first place. You get 7 points for second, 4 points for third and fourth, and 1 point if you finish 5th and 8th. These are all kept on that website I showed you, the competitive standing site. And we're going to have the championships. Top 32 players are going to be invited to a perfect draft, a 5L type of draft. That'll be held on October 13th. And you are going to be ranked by your seedings. So the top overall ranked team will play the 32nd ranked team. Second team will play the 31st, and so on. So that'll be held on Monday, October the 13th. And there are going to be prizes, card prizes, plus there may be some plus parts to it as well. Those are not set in stone yet. But there are going to be some cards that myself and Spore are working on, will be working on as we get closer to that date. Spore is going to put those together. The winner will get a 1-of-1 unique card. It'll be a lower level card, could be silver, could be bronze, could be iron. And then you're going to get cards at all the other placings underneath that. So as long as you qualify, you will get a card plus and a physical trophy for the winner. We will have a physical trophy that will be mailed out to the winner of the Laptop Hound Lower Level Leisure Lounge Championship. So you'll have a little keepsake that you'll get to keep on your desk, and people will ask, "Ooh, what's that?" And you'll say, "I won one of the more prestigious lower level tournaments in OOTP." That's right. Check out the trophy. Now, this is not sponsored by OOTP, the trophy part. This is a community-driven project that a community member has taken upon himself to create a trophy and send it out to the winner. So I thank you. You community are the best. And again, every day, the 5L, we distribute the points that are manually or automatically tracked on the website. For instance, this tournament here, Atlanta Ground Bones, they were first place. They got 10 points. The Santa Clarita Sharks came in second. Morro Bay, 4 points. Whirlwinds, 4 points. And then if you make the quarterfinals, like the Clones, the Seminoles, the Bums, and the Hammers, you get 1 point. Those are all added up, and you can see my little tracker here at the bottom. This is as of yesterday, not including the 2 finalists, because I didn't update it with yesterday's 2 finalists, but you can see the top point getters as of yesterday. You got to finish in the top 32, though, to qualify for that final tournament. All right, so check that out, 5L and the 6L. When we come back after the break, get your game ready. It'll be bounty time. That's right, bounties. 5 packs each, a bronze bounty and a perfect draft bounty. We'll see you in a few minutes' time. In the meantime, Cub fan Steve has used his Hound Biscuits to request one of the popular intermission songs here. In Canada, we have the RCMP, the police, the federal police. This is for Cub fan Steve.
How was your day, sweetheart?
It was fine, but my neck is a bit sore.
Mine too. Do you think it's our mattress?
No, I'm quite certain it's the human beings sitting on our backs.
RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. We wake up in the morning and we comb our hair, put on our Mountie underwear, protect the country at any stake, playing with horses on every lunch break.
Hey, Buttercup! Come play, Buttercup!
Canadian pride we represent. We usually wear gray, but you know us the best when we wear red jackets and fancy hats. Watch us bust a move in our Mountie pants.
Go, Daryl! You've got soul, Daryl! Go, Daryl! Go, go, Daryl! Go, Daryl, go!
RCMP, heroes on horseback from sea to sea. RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
In all of North America, they're the largest force that cares for ya.
RCMP, we're the Mounties! Like the police, but for the whole nation. Protect the PM in every situation. We're the fighters of federal crimes, like people producing fake dollars and dimes.
Hey, Bill! That looks like a fake bill!
In certain regions where the local cops protect the streets and make the crime stop. For others, we guard their highways the best, enforcing safety in our flashy vests. RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. We're the mounted Mounties and we draw the line on dangerous stuff from other countries to mine. Protect the nation from all around and keep the borders safe and sound.
Good night, border. Sleep tight, border.
RCMP, heroes on horseback from sea to sea. RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
In 1920, they became the crime fighters that saved the day.
RCMP, we're the Mounties.
Our fancy coat is called a surge. It's fresh and fierce and gives us courage. Our baggy pants aren't possible, but they make sitting like this possible.
Look at me, I'm on a horse's back. Our steeds are trained and they're always black. They're usually just for ceremonies, cause a car is faster than your average pony.
So come on horses, it's giddy up time. We're taking you out for the musical ride. It's the yearly time when we tour the land, and even the horses learn how to dance.
Oh, Canada.
RCMP, heroes on horseback from sea to sea. RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Those Dudley Do-Rights do no wrong. Come on now, horses, move along.
RCMP. That's right. Thank you, Cup fan Steve, for using your Helm Biscuits. Again, welcome in, everyone. Here is your giveaway, your first giveaway, the early bird giveaway. Again, exclamation enter, exclamation ticket for all the new people. You just got to type in one of those 2 commands and that'll automatically get you entered. We're going to make the draw in about 40, 45 minutes. You have to be here to win. So if I draw your name, I usually give you like 10 or 15 minutes to respond in the chat. And if you don't respond, then I draw another name. So just like Fire Nor just did and Pops Dongoria, who came in as we were playing the RCMP song, he has modeled his perfect team after the RCMP. In fact, his logo for his perfect team is part of the video where they're all doing gymnastics, whatever you call that, the pyramid. So RCMP have been one of the hot teams in the 5L and the 6L recently, going back-to-back finalists on the weekend. So maybe that was even not on the weekend. That might have been Tuesday night, I think. Yeah, Tuesday, I think. So yeah, get your entries in. You got to be here to win. Okay, let's, well, History Rebel has a question for you. Speaking of rebels, where is it? I saw it here. Here's a history question. Name one of three Calgarian-born individuals who were the first Canadians to win an Olympic medal in ski jumping. You're asking me about ski jumping? Eddie. Oh, no, he's British. But we're part of the Commonwealth. He should count. That's the only ski jumper I know. Yes, A-Dub, all your skis were wrong. They're Canadian, not Polish. He asked Canadian, not Polish skiers. Come on. Eric Canuck. I'm sure when you list the names, I'll remember them, but I don't follow ski jumping. So I'm going to guess Donald Witherspoon. That is a tough one. When I said make tough questions, like not that tough, like not university level questions. Come on. And try to make them like at least hockey questions. Give me a shot at it. Sven Johansson. Migrated from Sweden. That's who I guess, but apparently being British is not being Canadian. All right, we will, let's put up today's 5L. Let's see where we are in today's 5L. Speaking of rebels, synchronicity, take a drink, chat. Every time we see some synchronicity, you have to raise your glasses and take a drink. So whether you have coffee, tea, juice, water, soda pop, alcoholic beverages, because, in Europe, it's evening, you might be having some wine. But you got to raise your glass and take a drink. Our synchronicity right now is I lost out to a team called the Pittsburgh Rebels. And we just had a question from History Rebel. And what is this world coming to? Everyone rebelling. Okay, 7-3 in game number 6. I did make round number 3. I made the bingo round. However, I did not make the point round. Thank you, Pittsburgh Rebels. You theme team, you are matey. You stole my loot. Yes, you'll mark that as a stumper for lap. Absolutely. I'm 0 for 1. I think you stumped everyone in chat. Where are we right now? We're in the quarterfinals, so all these teams are guaranteed at least one qualifying point. We got Kato with his Chinooks. Kato, I want to apologize. Yes, last night's 6L. I want to apologize for that. I saw that last night. I was checking where I'm at. And yeah, I'm sorry. We got, friggin' rights, let's go, is taking on the Rebels. Okay, Rebels, watch out. You have friggin' rights, let's go, eh? We have the Global Superstars. Weirzy99 is taking on the Clones. I think they're on the leaderboard, don't they? Aren't there? Are the Clones down there? Are they in the top 33? And we have Makadkar and his Shikori taking on Wolfman and the Wolves. Okay, we'll keep an eye. We'll keep an eye. Nerd Anarchy, remember when I said my community is very intelligent, knowledgeable, and upper echelon? of sports communities, gaming communities. I really apologize for the last 20 minutes. I really do. Okay, 5L continues. Oh yeah, bounties. We're going to do a bounty. Let's ski on over. See what's available in terms of our bronze. History Rebel, can you give us the answers? Did you give us the answers yet? Oh, there they are. Abigail Straight Matthew. That's a long name. So there's two people. Abigail Straight Matthew Sukup. How do you fit that on a jersey? Or Alexandria. How am I supposed to know that? I forget to take myself off mute. And you expect me to know Abigail Straight Matthew Scoopup? I can't even pronounce it. Can I just call Alexander Lewitt L for short? That's a tough one. This isn't like the championship in, the New York State trivia contest. This is like Laptop Pound Stream. Can you bring it down a couple notches? Like, how do you spell mute in Canada without the apostrophe? Bronze, we're at 8 out of 16, so we're halfway through. Once this one fills up, A-Dub or D-King will be on it. They will put it in the chat that the bronze is available to go. Yeah, no multiple choice. Please, multiple choice with 2 answers. Geez, even Who Wants to Be a Millionaire lets you phone a friend. You don't even give us that option. It's like, oh, who are 3 skiers from the Calgary Olympics 40 years ago? Full name. You don't even give prizes. You want me to come up with those answers without some sort of incentive? Jeez. 2022 was so long ago, 3 years ago. All right, we're at 10 out of 16 there for bronze. Now the question is, are we going to be able to squeeze in our perfect draft? Or should we wait for a bronze? We still have 2 perfect drafts available. So I think we should be good. I think we'll wait for the bronze to regenerate. All right. Now this is my type of question. Who is the Maurice Rocket Richard trophy named after? Gordie Howe. Bam. What do I win? Wait. Mark Messier. Yeah, there's an award after him, isn't there? Boom, boom, boom. Most goals, Mark Messier. Yeah, Cub fan Steve's favorite player. Wasn't his name Gordy? Was it Gordy Berenson? Gord Berenson? I remember when we did the EA NHL, we were starting up the new series. And I think we created a player named Gordy Berenson. Yeah, that's right. Okay, see? I remember that, but you expect me to remember like Abigail Matthew Skupik Alexandria Lulit? Those aren't even Canadian names. Like in Canada, they all have to have A at the end. Johnny Hoppe, Louis Smithe, Donnie Marque, those kind of things. I did want a challenge. All right, we're at 16 out of 16 in the bronze. A new one is going to fire off. There it is. ID 92610. Wait, that's a TV show. ID 9260. Bronze quick. Knock me out of the tournament, unlike you guys were unable to do on Monday. You guys tanked it on Monday. Can you do better? Please, for our new people in chat, Can you actually show that you have some talent and beat me today? Please? I don't want to keep embarrassing you guys in these. Please knock me out of the tournament. I had 10 lonely packs. Couldn't give out because no one beat me. We have 7 out of 16. It is ID 9260. We got Smiley. We got A-Dub. We got Mr. Arters. We got Jay Sayer. Oh, okay. See, Jay Sayer wasn't in on Monday. I'm scared now. Oops. Jay Sayer, can you take your team out, please? I want to go on a 3-game bounty streak. We got the Shikori. We got the Renegades. We got 10 teams now. Who else joined? Doc Ellis. Venerio. Balrog. We're going to wait till this one fills up. Now, if someone knocks me out of the tournament that is not in chat, they don't get the packs. My rules have always been that if you want to claim the bounty, you have to do 2 things. You have to knock me out of the tournament, and you have to be in the chat. At some point during the stream, I have to be aware. So you have to make me aware that you're in chat. Some of you make me aware more than others. But some of you, I don't know if you're here. Georgia Tech. That is franchise. Cub fan Steve. Old Dylan O, please, can you exit as well? Why are all my Waggy bot people here? Okay, this is going to be tough. Maybe I'll get to the opposite side of the bracket. Smiley? I skunked Smiley on Monday. Smiley's really good at the upper levels. I'm just firing everyone up today. Everyone's going to want a piece of laptop today. 14 out of 16. We're waiting on 2 more. Okay, it is full. I'm just going to spam the other one so I have it full. This is not another bounty. I'm just spamming. I'm just going in the other one. Okay. There's one more in the entry fee. Who's in the entry fee here? Hopefully not Jay Sayer or Dylan. Okay, they're not. Good. I have a chance to win that one. All right, let's go over to the perfect draft. Perfect draft. And we are going to go in ID. A-Dub, get ready. Get ready. Get ready. ID. Where'd it go? Up top. ID 1567. Perfect draft. Must draft. We're going to do the opposite of what we did Monday. Must draft. Pitchers. Stuff. 70 or higher. Hitters. Power. 70 or higher. And Kitty Bransfield if offered. There is no exceptions on this one. There is no otherwise lowest card or otherwise a live card. No exceptions on this one. Oh, Cub fan Steve, you have a 61% chance of winning today. Oh, well, that's better than the 12% chance you had Monday, which was pretty accurate, by the way. All right, here we go. Here we go. 15 out of 16. One more. Must draft pitchers with stuff 70 or higher, hitters with power 70 or higher, and Kitty if he's offered. No exceptions. You have to bench players if you cannot draft anyone in the round, but you should be able to. This is the opposite of what we did on Monday, but there are enough good cards out there where you're going to get at least a couple that meet that criteria. So all the big guns coming out today, all the power cards, all the stuff cards. Let's go into it. Where is it? Right here. Millstone, you're going to have to scheme this draft. Well, you get high stuff, guys, which doesn't mean you get high home run suppression, guys. You might have a high home run suppression guy, but his stuff is low. Hopefully you'll get enough pitchers. Let me know who your perfect card was. Put it in the chat. Who did you get in the perfect round? You only get one card. Do I want A-Rod or do I want Teddy? Hey, are you here, Anarchy? Anarchy, pick a card for me. Which card should I pick, Anarchy? We're going to have new player choice. Ted. Okay, Anarchy. Anarchy, if I win the entire tournament, I'm also giving you 5 packs for helping me, for advising me. My card advisor. Okay, we're taking 10. Just remind me if I win the tournament. Okay, now I'm on my own here. Jacob. I guess we're going to go with Ellsbury. Timmy Lincecum for Arthurs. Edwin Jackson for Pops. A-Dub got Hilton Smith. Remember, if it's a two-way card, as long as they meet the criteria for their main position. So they don't have to meet criteria for both. Smiley got DeVries. Ooh, that's a great card. Ooh, now I'm scared of Smiley. See, I laid down the challenge and Smiley's getting all the good cards. You took Mickey for VR Mind. You're going to value players differently. Ooh, Millstone. I'm very curious how your team's going to do. I'm just going best player, Mike Piazza or Edwin or Jeter. Not getting any pictures here. Let's go with Jeter. Al Rosen for Brent. Can't take Mike Morgan. I can take Gary. He's usually a splitty card, isn't he? Kind of. Gary Nolan. Jeff Son, I cannot take. Do we go with Veritek? Yeah, I'm going to go with Veritek. So some of these pitchers are ineligible because of their low stuff. Rube Curry, I cannot take. Pretzels, no. And Bruce, I cannot take any of the historical pitchers. So let's shift to Charlie Smith. And can't take Willie. Can I take Buster? Yes, Buster. Buster and Charlie. Take all Brewers. We may not get a full team. Okay, Ricky Henderson, I cannot take. Hornsby, I can. We're going to go Hornsby. Dick, 152, Dick Allen. Ooh, I need a first baseman. Okay, Dick. Again, no pitchers here. Doug, I could take Doug. I think is Silver coming up next? Round 7, start the Silver rounds. I know we like at least one gold pitcher. Let's drop off Rogers and go with Doug. Okay, Buster, I need a second baseman. Charlie's an 81, Buster's a 67. So Charlie, you move over to second. See, Mr. Anarchy, you can also, players that play multiple positions, if you right-click on them, you can set their position to one of the other positions, in case you have like 3 third basemen. So I've got all my positional players except for a right fielder and a DH. I think the DH is on. Yes, DH is on. Sometimes DH is off. You got to be careful with that. Closers should be easy to find with their stuff. 105. Can't take him. Are you guys struggling with high-level pitchers? All my pitchers I'm being offered are under 70. Wow, this is a bad round. Well, I'm going to take one closer. There's not even a lot. I think there might be 3 cards total I can take. We'll take my other second baseman, I guess, or other catcher. You have to bench 3 irons. Yeah, you might have to bench some of your irons. All right, David Cohn, thank you. I got one of my pitchers, Bartolo. I can take him, so let's go with both. Although Turkey is tempting. Let's take Turkey. And shift one of those guys to right field. Jacob cannot, Ted cannot, Turkey can. Turkey. Now I need a DH. DH for the new players out there, typically for a DH, you want a high power eye guy, so they're not penalized, because if you take a card like Newt Allen and you put him in DH, he's not really suited for it because he's going to get a little bit of a penalty on his BABIP, avoid K, gap power. The things that are not penalized for your DH is power and eye. So you want to try and get a good power eye guy, you know, your typical real life DH type of player. So I could put Ted Williams at DH, but then I don't want to lose his upper part here. I don't want that to be penalized. You don't want your really good cards being DH. All right, we're going to take Greg. Now I'm getting some pitchers. All right, best home run suppression. Who is it? Danny? Danny's pretty good. No control, though. And Steve. Splitty. If you guys have drafted lefties, I'm in trouble. All right, let's go Clark. Pretty funny that DH is the most rested player gets a penalty for batting stats. Well, I think that's the purpose of doing it. The purpose is because if you didn't put that penalty, everyone would just use their highest rated card and not have to rest them. Because their fatigue is lower because they're not out in the field, they're not pitching, they're not doing those other things. So, you know, to take advantage of that, to try and avoid that exploit, that little bit of exploit, I guess. I would think, I don't know if that's a reasoning, but it makes sense if it is. Kevin, okay, we'll take you. I do like this Corbin Burns card for the 5L. He is 70 stuff, so I can take him. What other options do we have? Dan Heron. Getting a lot of pitcher BABIP guys. Could take Juan. He could be a DH. He's a very weak DH, though. See, now this is almost a DH profile. Almost. Switch the gap power and power, and yeah, he'd have a DH profile. Gene. Let's go Corbin. We got a burger question. Wayne Simpson. Dink, I can't take Dink. I can take Dick, though. No, I can't. I can't take either of them. Not enough stuff. Not enough power. Oh, Everett. No, I can't take Everett. Bruce Campbell. Okay, we'll take him. And I guess Wayne Simpson. Mark DeRosa cannot take. Okay, now it's getting a little tougher. 1, 2. Ooh, Andy Bennis. I got to take Andy. That's a gimme. All right, we got 8, 9, 10 pitchers. I need backups everywhere. Maybe a good DH. Last round. Okay. This is pretty much a forced round. Who do I have to take? Lou Limmer. Thank you. I get to take Nick. That's 2. Jose Bautista. What? Jose doesn't have power over 70? I thought that was for sure. Oh, power 74. Cruz. I got 4. So I'm going to have to bench one player. So let's bench Curtis Mead. Let me double check. Might be able to get 4 out of 5. Yeah. Bench Curtis Mead. So I'm going to exit out because I think the tournament fired off. No, it did not. Okay, that must have been the bronze. Well, I don't think I have a winning team today. Thank you, TK Snow. Cool name, TK Snow 18 with the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. If you're new to OOTP, say hello. Let us know when you picked up the game. Did you get the game on sale? It is on sale right now, $24.99 American. Who did I draft? I have to bench. Curtis Mead, I think it was. Reserve roster. Submit. Please double check your team because if you have an ineligible player and they play 1 inning, 1 pitch, 1 at bat, they are going to be ineligible for claiming the bounty. So go into your team, double check your pitchers. All the overall stuff should be 90 or higher. Corbin Burns is at 70. Wayne Simpson at 75. All my pitchers are good to go. And for your hitters, their overall power should be 70 or higher. Carlos Santana is at 80. No, is at 101. That's high. And everyone else, power is green or higher. Derek Jeter, 75. So I've got 25. Was anyone out there able to get a full complimentary 26-person roster? It'd be tough in that iron round, but you might have got lucky. I almost did. So, home run suppression. Cone is number 1. Greg is number 2. Wayne Simpson. Burns Bennis. Bennis is going to be a starter for me. Nolan. Sure. Schmidt. Put you in the bullpen. So who do I want? Do I want Doug? Yeah, I think Doug. Cruz. Wayne Simpson. Do I want Wayne Simpson in there? Lefties are going to kill him. Probably not. Kevin. No. Corbin's a reliever and Hernandez a reliever. All right, Corbin, you're my stopper. Everyone else goes middle relief. Good. We're going to put in the strategy I was using on my winning bounty on Monday. Open our lineups. Do I not have another second baseman? There we go. Not a ton of, oh, and the download is in. Darn it, I should have saved. So make sure you go back into the perfect draft, because some of the things you did may not have been saved depending on when you last hit submit team. So go back in. Arthur is short at center field. Well, I got Jacob. I think he's my center fielder. It is a best of 5, so if you do sweep around, you may get a game or two off. All right, check my pitchers. Cone, yep, that's saved. Good. Did my lineup save? They did not. Okay, Babbitt versus lefties with speed. Who's my, I don't really have a lot of speed on this team. Turkey. His Babbitt's pretty low though. Oh, there's some speed. Jacob Ellsbury, you're number 1. Good. Then we're going to put Veritek and Jeter. Ted in the 4 spot. Then Dick and Buster. And then we'll go back with Campbell. No, Smith, Campbell, Stearns, Smith, Campbell. Turkey, you're going to be my number 9 guy. You got some speed there. Good. And versus the righties, Jeter, yep. Ellsbury. Power versus righties, Dick Allen and Ted Williams. Probably go Ted and Dick. Buster. Charlie. Veritek. Clarkson, Campbell, Stearns. There we go. Okay. That's what I'm going to use for my lineup. I do want to see if any of my relievers can hit, just in case I need one of my pitchers that can adequately play in the infield, especially your starters, or your live cards. There you go. So Clark, Schmidt, make you 2-way if I can. Yep. 2-way player in case I need someone off the bench. Dennis, Burns, Simpson, Cone. Yeah, he's the only guy. Clark Schmidt, put you at second, put you at third, put you at left field. Schmidt, second, third, left field. Just an extra bats in case it's needed. Usually not needed in a short tournament, but okay, that one's ready to go. Let's go over to bronze. Oh, Mr. Devil Dog, good. Our second place finisher in yesterday's 5L in the house. Give it up for Mr. Devil Dog, losing out in the finals yesterday. Again, we're going to do the early bird draw in 10 minutes. If you haven't entered the early bird draw, exclamation enter, exclamation ticket, you got 10 minutes before we select a winner. You have to be here to win. Well, speaking of synchronicity, we've got our matchups for the bronze determined. And game one is already in. Here are your bronze bounty opening round matchups. In the first round, over on the left side of the bracket, we have the Huskies run by CBR taking on Smiley. Smiley, who wants some revenge against me, saying, watch out, Lap, while Smiley, you're only going to get it if we meet in the finals. It's going to be a long road, but let's do it, Smiley. You and I in the finals today. Georgia Tech on my mind, winning their first game, Franchise Time Machine, taking on the Renegades. Brando 99 in the house. Also, up one game are those A-Dub-Bs. They are stinging Arthur's. Arthur's getting a bee sting in game one. We also have Makadkar. Yes, the Shikori taking on those scary pink elephants. I don't know if Night Pain is in the chat. If you're here, if the pink elephants are here, let me know. I'm not asking you to fly. I'm just asking you to say you're here so we know you're eligible for the bounty. On the right side of the bracket, the Milwaukee Beers, Nerd of Anarchy in his first ever bounty, taking on the Peggy O's. Browns and Day Trippers, Sharks and Balrogs, and in the premier matchup for the first chance at the bounty, he mentioned it earlier. He put in the word and said, what are my chances of winning the bounty? It came out at like 62%. Which is pretty good. And Cub fan Steve has the first shot in today's bronze bounty. In fact, Cub fan Steve winning game number one in bronze by a 5-4 victory. Close game between the Rhinos and the Gladiators. My fully varianted Charlie Wilson took the loss today. Usually a little bit more reliable, but maybe that stuff and pitcher Babbitt work against him. And Soto, Waggy winner in the 5L on last Monday. Mario Soto still pitches really well in that 5L. He is the pitcher of record for Cub fan Steve, and he's also the player of the game. Second game is in. Before we take a look at that second game, let's take a look at the top hitters in the game. Johnny Hopp had a couple hits. We had Rod Carew with a couple hits for Rocky Mountain. And for Cub fan Steve, 2 hits for Jared S., 2 hits for Cabrera, 2 hits for Carlos Beltran, and 2 hits for this dude right here. Including a double and an RBI in game number 1. All right, let's check out game number 2. Yeah, Nerd of Anarchy, thank you, VR Mind, for responding to that. Nerd of Anarchy, this is not like real baseball. This is the perfect team is not like the base game. It plays similar in terms of the stats and criteria for that era. But management is much, much different than the base game. You don't have to worry about injuries. You don't have to worry about call-ups. You don't have to worry about, a guy that's not eligible because of his age or anything like that. You don't have to worry about contracts. Very basic, very easy to play based on the cards that you have in the card pool. All right, Cub fan Steve, it is now tied at 1. Rocky Mountain with the 4-2 victory. Steve Trout will take the win, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, and Mr. Booten, 4 earned runs for Cub fan Steve, will take the loss. Todd Hundley is your player of the game. He goes 2 for 3, 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 home runs, solo shots, and 1 walk. So this card is available in the Clubhouse shop. You can buy it with your stars, and then you can use it on your tournament rosters. Highly recommend it. I don't think there's a Clubhouse shop update this week, probably next week. And when he goes on sale, pick him up. Pick him up. You want him in your lineup against the righties. DH. So this to me would be a pretty good DH card because I don't trust him in the catcher position. He's not really strong enough to catch. You could, but probably going to commit some mistakes. So this is a card I would put at DH. He's not going to be penalized with his power and eye, and his other characteristics might be brought down a bit, but I'd still rather have him as the DH. Perfect drafts, you keep making the semis, but haven't gotten into tourneys yet. Need more cards. Yeah, start with the iron and bronze tournaments because those ones you typically get quicker because they're more often seen in packs. All right. Also, after 2 games, it is Smiley and the Huskies tied at 1, Franchise and the Renegades at 1, A-Dub and the Brewdogs at 1, and in fact, our entire left side of the bracket are all tied up. Much different story on the right side, where every series is in a sweep possibility, except for Cub fan Steve and myself. The Balrogs up on Jay Sayer, Day Trippers up on the Browns, and Fenario up on our rookie, the Milwaukee Bears. And I was saying earlier that Jay Sayer and the Browns scared me. They're both in my side of the bracket, but both have to do reverse sweeps now. We'll see if that happens. All right, let's go over to the perfect draft bounty. Take a look at that situation. First game is about to sim there in about 3 minutes. Welcome in, everyone. Good to see you. If you're joining late, I'm Laptop Hound, and the drops are on. If you don't have your full affiliate drops today, you can pick those up. And back on tomorrow for 5L Bingo. We'll have a bingo card, and you'll make a guess on which line is going to be the first bingo. And then after that, we're going to have hopefully a round table of Perfect Team World Championship participants that I'll be able to bring on the channel and have a nice little discussion about the tournament and what their expectations are. All right, so this is the perfect draft. You had to draft players that had power 70 or higher and stuff 70 or lower. Quickly through the matchups, on the left side, we have Famarte going up against VR Mind. We have those Hokies, Enrique going up against the Red Binders. The Doyers, Rick the Ruler, going up against WX Scott. And we have the RCMP in the house taking on Brent's Boise Bees. My side of the bracket, we have Smiley going up against Jay Sayer. We have Wizzy going up against those Atlanta Ground Bones, the 5L powerhouse, who I think on the standings at the bottom should be coming up any second. Are they first or second? Let's see. August 28th update. Teams with 5 or more points. Unofficial current 5L championship. Qualifying points. Top 32 qualify. Points after yesterday. You got up till October 5th to qualify. First place, Fenario Peggy O's have 26 points, and there's Atlanta Ground Bones with 24. And the RCMP with 24. You guys are good. We have the Superstars, Weirzy taking on Franchise Time Machine. Again, both of these guys high up there in the standings for 5L. And Arthur's Brewdogs, you get the first chance. Arthur's has had my number recently. So Arthur's has the first chance on winning the bounty. Let's go take a look at his team. Make sure they're compliant. Again, easier if I do it this way for this one. Brew Dogs. Home run. What are we looking for? Stuff. Yep. Close on Travis Wood. He's exactly at 70. And in terms of the hitters, power 70 or higher. Spire makes it in at 72. And lefty is eligible because he is a pitcher, a two-way guy. So even though his power is low, he's fine. Yep, Brew Dogs are good to go. Okay, we're waiting on game one to sim. Let's see how that turns out. In fact, let's take our break. When we come back, we'll check out the results. We got more to talk about, some cards to show off that you may have missed, and much, much more. If you missed Spore earlier in the day, he'll be back on a little bit later with the replay. See you in a bit.
Crowds roaring loud, lights burning bright. Hot dogs and popcorn under stadium lights. Bottom of the ninth, tensions high. Bases loaded, gotta give it a try. Dirt on his cleats, fire in his eyes. Pitcher's hand, steady, no surprise. Crack of the bat, echoes the call. In this game we give it our all. Swing, batter, swing. Swing for the stars. Hear the heartbeat of a nation in a crowded park. Swing, batter, swing. Feel the thunder roll. Every pitch, every hit, it's the heart and soul. Kids in the bleachers, eyes wide with dreams. Heroes in the making, or so it seems. Fathers and sons sharing moments few in the grand old game, old and new. Nights like these won't ever fade. Dim lights of the field, memories made. Legends are born as the crowd sing. Feel the magic, swing, batter, swing. Swing, batter, swing. Swing for the stars. Hear the heartbeat of a nation in a crowded park. Swing, batter, swing. Feel the thunder roll. Every pitch, every hit, it's the heart and soul.
All right, we are back here after the break with some bounty action. Game one of the Perfect Draft Bounty is in. We've got Arthur's and the Brew Dogs up 1-0 with a 5-2 victory. Home runs, a lot of home runs in this tournament because of our power. Jeter and Smith for Rocky Mountain, and for Beaverton, it is Hickman and Cody Ross. 1-0 for Arthur's after the first game. Also winning their first game, Famarte, the Hokies, the Bel Airs, and the Bees. On the other side of the bracket, it is the Sharks, the Skyliners, the Superstars, and of course, the Brewdogs. Going to make the winning early bird draw in about 3 minutes. So again, if you haven't entered, exclamation enter, exclamation ticket. We got about 50 entries so far. After we take a look at the latest bronze bounty result, we will do that draw. Just waiting for it to load up. 3 possible sweeps. Everything else was tied up at 1. And Cub fan Steve now has me on the ropes. Cub fan Steve with a 6-3 victory. Mike Trout for Cub fan Steve wins. A loss will go to Eovaldi. I gotta move him out of there. Every time I check in on him, he does poorly. So Trout with a victory, giving up 3 earned runs. He's also your player of the game. For the Rocky Mountain Gladiators, no player had more than 1 hit. For Cub fan Steve, Wes Covington, great card. He had a couple hits for the Rhinos, as well as Glenn Beckert. Top heavy profile, good kind of 5L shape. Top hitter in the game was the Shinjo card. Cub fan Steve has him leveled up to level 4. He went 3 for 4, 2 runs, a double, and an RBI. And he's having a fantastic tournament so far. Carlos Beltran gets a home run for Cub fan Steve. And for the Hound, Carlos Beltran gets a home run. So the Twins, the Beltrans, each get a home run for their respective teams. Let's check out the other games. Do we have any sweeps? We do have 1 sweep. That is the Day Trippers eliminating the St. Louis Browns. However, the Sharks fight back and the Beers fight back to stay alive. On the other side of the bracket, everything is 2-1 with Smiley, Georgia Tech, Brewdogs, and Shikori with the lead. Okay, time to draw our bounty winner, or our early bird winner. Give me 1 second here. One moment, just doing something off screen. Just making sure A-Dub doesn't win. I'm just eliminating his name from the universe here. Just wiping his name. Oops, I thought I was muted. I guess not. Okay, there we go. And 1 more here. So anyone pull any good cards today yet? And are the missions fixed? I heard someone earlier talk about the missions not being fixed. Have those been addressed? Can you guys give us a update on that? They are fixed. Thank you. Okay, a couple more seconds here. Just having some issues on my end here. Okay, we should almost be fixed. Okay, I think we're good now. All right, let's bring up the early bird group here and see who we have as our winner. 5 packs, got to be in chat. Yeah, having some lagging issues on my end. There we go. And it is really slow. That work? There we go. 60 entries closing off in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And a few seconds for any lag there might be. All right, My Mice Forever is the last one to get in. We'll see if that provides My Mice with a win here. Our 5-pack.
Wag that tail. It's time for the wagons.
Well, there you go. We shouted out one of our new followers earlier, and in his very first stream here, he is the winner. NWags0604. You will have 5 packs. It takes about 24 to 48 hours. I do not deliver the packs. Otherwise, I'd give them to you right now, but I can't do that. I do send them off to the OOTP team. They send them out within 24 to 48 hours. Typically, it's within 24 hours. I do need your perfect team username, though, not your team name. What is the username, your login name when you go into Perfect Team? What do you type in there? I don't need your password. I'll wait for you to post it in the chat here, and I'll write it down. Delivered to your door, virtual packs by a virtual driver in a virtual world. Amazing. First time. Some people have entered like for months and months and months and never have won. And you won your first shot. And you weren't even one of the first to enter. You were one of the last 10 to enter. It is case sensitive, yes. So make sure the capital letters are in the exact location. Holy smokes. You expect me to write that down? It couldn't be like Joe, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, I got you. All lowercase. All lowercase. Here we go. Okay, I got it. Please do not spam chat because I'm focusing on writing this name down. A-Dub, I said, P, please don't spam chat. You're moving things around for me. P-E-T-Y-R. Dub. P-E-T-Y-R-G-O-Z-I-N-Y-A. Petri Gozinga. Petri Gozinga. Beto. Come on. I thought you were against the shenanigan. Okay. Petro Zinga, 5 packs. Gotcha. They should be in your account within 24 to 48 hours. All right. Let's close that off. Market is complete. And we will go back to the game. Nailed it. Yes, I absolutely did. Petro Grozina. Petro Grozina. Welcome, my friend. Okay, let's go into the perfect draft. Okay, I will note that, A-Dub. You'd like to report the Millstone as being rude. Okay. Congratulations, Millstone. You are in the binder. The green binder. One between Rocky Mountain and Beaverton now, as Beaverton will suffer a Game 2 loss. Let's take a look at this box score. Probably a few home runs. Oh, Zambrano gets a home run. The 84. Are you serious? I guess he's got 121 power. Ooh, A-Dub. I bet you like this card, don't you? That's like a cheat code, Arthurs. We're going to have to write you up on this one. Wow. Clubhouse shop card. 128 power against the lefties. Is he a positional player, or is he only like a, how do you get him to bat? You can't put him in any position, and pitchers don't hit. Was he a pinch hitter? He what? No. You got him as a DH. Yeah, I guess he can DH for you. Yeah. Wow. He's a 2 for 2 runs, 1 hit, an RBI, home run. I'm going to have to make note of that guy if I ever see him. It should be the 5L and Zambrano. Could you imagine having him as your 5L or your 6L pitcher? 6L especially. I don't know if I've ever seen him in a 6L because you're not allowed golds. I might have to fix that. We might have to allow golds in the 6L. Okay. Other games. Eagles, Hokies, and Bees up 2-0. And on the other side of the bracket, the Sharks have a 2-0 lead over Smiley. Everything else all tied up at 1. Yeah, he could be a perfect card, right? Perfect cards and Zambrano. Or maybe just turn the perfect round to a gold round. What do you like better for round 13 of the 6L? Perfect cards or gold cards? Let's go check the bronze. What? Have I been eliminated? Did Cub fan Steve beat me in the bronze? The fact that I can enter another bronze probably means my guess is I've been eliminated. Let me just spam a couple other here. What do I want to spam? The live bronze. It's filling up quickly. Get in your live bronze team. Mr. Nerd, can I call you Nerd? These are the tournaments you want to enter. You want to enter the daily live bronze because it only uses live cards, and the daily live iron because you should have enough cards to enter those. Just throw together a lineup and then check the results after and see which cards are performing well. That is the best advice you can have. All right, where was I checking? I'm just clicking around everywhere. Okay, I'm stacked up there. Perfect drafts. I am in both the L's. Good. I got to check sometimes when I'm streaming because I'll forget and then I don't get in my own tournament. Where are we here? We're looking at, which ID was it? ID 260, I believe. Mr. Anarchy, the commish is in the house. Welcome in, commish. Commish, amazing online league streamer. If you're looking to get into A-Dub, shout out the commish here because there are some new viewers in the chat today. We want to make sure they get over to the Commish's channel at some point where you can create a player. You can watch your player play in Major League Baseball, starting in the minor league system, working their way up. We have community GMs, community players. Thanks for popping in there, Commish, and hopefully some of the newer viewers will make their way over. And a big shout out to Cub fan Steve. Cub fan Steve, I know you're listening. See, numbers do not lie, Cub fan Steve. You know, I did win a game, so that probably brought your percent down. When it was tied 1-1, it probably impacted the percent. So 61% of winning the bounty. Which account do you want that to go to, Cub fan Steve? Do you want it to go to this one here? I don't know which one is it. Cub fan 23? Where would you like those packs sent? There you go. Cub fan 23. All right. You joined Petro as two of our winners so far today. All right, you guys are now playing for the in-game bounties, so all the best. The Peggy-O's are going to take on the Day Trippers. Cub fan Steve is going to take on either Jay Sayer or the Balrogs. And on the other side of the bracket, only Smiley has advanced. So I will not have to face the wrath of Jay Sayer or Smiley after putting them, giving them incentive to win today. Everything else tied up at 2. Well, let's see if I'm still around in the perfect draft. It is simulating. And there you go. Big thank you to everyone for making the world what it is with your generosity. Where are we now in the EMLB season, Kamish? Are we like in May? So the sim is about to come in. Game number 3, a swing game here between Arthurs and myself. You could only draft players with power 70 or higher, and you can only draft players with stuff 70 or higher. So we're going high stuff pitching and high power hitting in today's perfect draft. Some new cards came out. We'll take a look at those a little bit later. If you missed the stream, also some limited editions. One limited edition came out earlier this week. And Arthur's is on the verge of taking the perfect draft bounty. 8-4 victory. Bennis takes the loss, 5 earned runs. Mr. Zambrano, after hitting a home run in game number 2, will come back and pitch in game number 3 for the victory. Steve Yeager is your player of the game. He goes 2 for 4 with a home run and 3 RBIs. For Rocky Mountain, a couple hits for Derek Jeter to lead off the lineup. And for Beaverton, again, 2 hits for Yeager, 2 hits for Cody Ross, 2 hits for Zambrano. Man, you have a stacked power team, don't you? Beaverton, power. Especially against the righties. Who am I pitching in the elimination game? Gary Nolan. Gary Nolan does better against the righties. Who is Beaverton putting out against the righties? A lot of righties. Okay, I feel safe. Zambrano scares me. And who is Beaverton sending out to the mound? Barney Brown, a silver pitcher. Pretty flat profile. I guess I could stack my lefties a little bit, although it's not much of a difference. Barney, which way do you throw? You throw left. So let's move Ted up to the number 2 slot. Charlie Smith up. Bruce Campbell up. Turkey up. We got to do what we can do. Any lefties on the bench? George Sisler. I'm not taking out Dick Allen, though. And Carlos Santana. Well, he should be in. Catcher or first base? All right, let's move some things around here. Third, short. Not a lot of places to move these guys. But you should be in, Carlos, against a lefty. Where? I guess Bruce Campbell. But I don't want you as DH. Don't want you as DH. First and DH. Dick Allen, you can also play third. So let's do that. Dick Allen at third, Clarkson out. And who else did I bring in there? Buster Clarkson back in. No, Lou Limmer. Let's bring in a lefty. Yeah, this is desperation. Submit. Whatever. We'll see. We'll see how your pitcher does against a lefty stacked lineup there. In the other games, we have a sweep. Brent and the Boise Bees will sweep the RCMP. That's the only sweep in the tournament so far. Everything else is at a 2-1 score. Well, I haven't seen a lot of you post your successes in ripping today. Commissioner says, thanks to all that have helped. Again, tonight, before tonight's show, the Expos are 4-2. That's excellent. They're off to a winning record in the season. And Arthur says sometimes it's fun to draft your favorites. Yeah. I forgot to check if there were any kitties. Arthur's, were there any kitties that you noticed? Because he was eligible. Okay, 10 packs. 10 packs. Usually I open them at the end of the stream. We're opening them in the middle. 10. And we're on a break. We're going to make you wait. Back in less than 3 minutes time.
Don't wanna waste time. I'll never be this young. I'll never be this young again. Don't wanna chase highs when I'm too worn out. When I'm too worn out. So I'm never coming down. Never coming down. Never coming down again. I was born to be this high, born to be this high, born to be this high, my friend. Won't you come up here to my altitude, to my altitude, yeah, you, 'cause I always liked you. I wanna share this view, I wanna share this view with
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Opening 10 packs here before we go check on the bounty again. And 2 gold cards in the very first pack. By the way, Nerd of Anarchy, I'm going to explain the PTCS and PTMS in a few minutes, so you might want to hang around and get a little bit more education on what that's all about. We talked about a little bit earlier, but I'll give you kind of the 101 version in a few minutes. Okay, let's see if we can get a good card. I want to thank again all my subscribers. You see all the names floating down at the bottom below. For you guys to give up your time and a little bit of Amazon money every week. Even if you subscribe with Amazon Prime, if you're a Prime member, you get to give a free subscription once a month. And some of you give me your free subscription. That means so much to me. And every once in a while, I like to shout you out. And also, you're ad-free. You don't get the ads. Maybe you're a Twitch Turbo user, which again, you don't get the ads for. But your support goes a long way in keeping this streamer going and getting the cat litter and all that other stuff, and especially the coffee. I always consider you the coffee and cat litter fund. So thank you to all my subscribers that are scrolling along the bottom there. Okay, first gold card, Pete Fairbanks. Card number 2, Michael Azuna. 2 live cards, 2 cards that I'll probably keep him. There is a live update coming on September the 8th. I'm going to get rid of the cards that don't seem to be very popular for that live update. Come on, can we get an Immortal today? Cards are live, missions are live, missions are fixed. If you're new to my stream, I tend to not to get a lot of good cards on stream. I'm probably the worst card puller of all the affiliates. Another gold. Mr. Abreu, we're going to sell you off. Let's go 4 more packs. And yes, I am a little bit of a pack collector. Both actually, Kamish. We have several dogs and we have several cats. Many of them rescue. We live out on an acreage, and sometimes there are strays around. In fact, just a few months ago, got a couple more stray dogs. And we tend to keep them. If we can't find people for them that we trust, we tend to keep them. So, yeah, when I say that the subs go to the cat litter fund, also goes to the dog food fund. We've got, like I said, several. Not appropriate for an apartment kind of dwelling, but on an acreage, we can let them run around a little bit. And it's sad to see them when they're underfed, and people just put them out. They come to the country, they open their doors, and they let their dogs out because for whatever reason, something in their life has not let them able to care for their pets anymore, and they bring them out to the countryside and dump them off. And if they're anywhere near our area, they tend to find our gate and sit there. We take them food and feed them. And depending on their temperament, if they're not too wild, if they seem like they've been raised in a home and a family, then we let them in and get along with the other dogs. And take care of them, because it's a shame. It's a shame that a lot of people out there just dump them off, not trying to take them to an SPCA or an animal shelter or anything like that. And so, yeah, when I say it goes to the cat fund and the dog fund and the coffee fund, kind of does. All right, couple more packs. New card, Bobby Crosby. This one came out earlier this week. We don't do horses. We don't do cows. We don't do, any other kind of big livestock, because you don't often find chickens show up at your gate. People tend not to drop off chickens. All right, we'll leave the opening there. Let's go see if we finished off any missions. Come on, game. There we go. Everything's working a little slow for me today. One mission, Immortal Battery. CC. So this is one from today. I already own CC. I don't plan on getting rid of them, so I'm going to cash in for those 2 diamond packs. And you can check what the newest missions are simply by going to your, where is that now? Somewhere over here. Date added. And you see we've got 3, 6, 9. We've got about 20 plus new missions that came out today. Some involve packs, and there's 3 that involve players. A Ripken, a Fernandez, and a Thames. So I want to know, anyone in chat, have you finished? Have you got any of these 3 cards yet? And all you mission experts that love missions and go wild for missions, would you consider these tough, easy, or average missions? Thank you, History Rebel. Have a wonderful day. High five. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for dropping in. Thanks for your skiing question today. Hope to catch you tomorrow on our Friday show. Okay, so there we are with the missions. Perfect draft. Arthur's had a 2-1 lead. A gentleman says, quite tough, almost entire cards from the recent drops. Well, you don't want them too easy. You want a good mix. You want a few easy ones, a few mediocre, and a few kind of tough ones, especially if they are really good cards. You don't want to make it too easy. 2-1 extra inning win for Rocky Mountain. It is 1-1 after 9, and then the Rocky Mountain Gladiators are going to take it in the 12th inning to keep their hopes and dreams alive. My live Clark Schmidt is the winner of the game. Gary Nolan, starting pitcher for Rocky Mountain, is your player of the game, and a home run in the first inning by Mr. Ellsbury. The only run for Beaverton comes off of Jeff Heath, a good old Canadian kid. Jeff Heath, 1938 card. So 2 of the 3 runs in this game were home runs. We are going to a game number 5. The micromanaging helped a little bit. So now I got to go check out if I can do anything against Jeremy Bonderman. Oh yeah, lefties. So he's a right-handed pitcher. So I need my lefties in against him. Or my switch hitters, probably my lefties. Okay, let's we gotta pull out all the stops here. Let's get out all my righties. Lou Limmer, you got to come in somewhere. Carlos Santana, you got to be in there somewhere. And then probably Derek Jeter. He's tired though. 88%. Clarkson, George Sisler. Okay, can I get all my lefties in? What do I need? A third base and a shortstop. Probably not going to be able to do it. I don't care if they are good at that position. I just want their bat. No. So Sisler, you have to come out. Clarkson, you have to come in. And then I need a shortstop. Campbell out. Jeter in. First base, DH. Save. Okay, Jeter. I got to make sure you start this game. So I got to set my batter fatigue to like 80. Use opener lineup. In case Arthur tries anything tricky here. Save. Dick Allen, you got to be my first pinch hitter. You do okay against the righties. Now we're going to keep the lefties in. Submit. Jeter, Ellsbury, Williams, Santana, Veritek, Turkey, Smith, Limmer. All right, well, we'll see if it works. Beaverton. My eye guys near the top of the lineup. Eye against the righties. Where are you? There you are. Williams, Santana, Jeter. Okay, Dick Allen's got to come in. Yeah, we got to bring in Dick Allen. I don't want to do that. Yeah. Guess he could come in third. And Limmer. DH. There we go. Who else has I? Jeter, Veritek, Stearns. Yep. All right. Just going based off the numbers. We'll see if this pays off. And game number 5 in the elimination of the Perfect Draft Bounty. Sim is in. And congratulations, Arthurs. I did what I could. Not good enough, especially when you're facing a guy like Zambrano, who gets another home run for you. He's got 9 hits. You found, again, the cheat code for today's tournament. Congratulations to Miller Time. Miller Time 059. Our third winner of the day. Again, you're playing for in-game packs now. The Eagles, the Hokies, the Doyers, the Bees, the Sharks, the Skyliners, and Georgia Tech and the Brewdogs. Different Jason. Oh, Different Jason. I forgot to thank you for re-upping your sub yesterday. Thanks for popping in and reminding me. 1 year on the channel. What is a Different Jason? What is your favorite team? What is your favorite team? 1 month subscribing to the Hound, helping out the Litter Kitty Litter, however you want to say it.
Crying all the time.
Well, that does make you different.
You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Crying all the time.
I do want to shout out a Different Jason, because not only has he supported me for 1 year now, a Different Jason supports a lot of the different streamers out there. He is one of these guys that, you know, if a streamer needed some help, he'd be there for them. He would support them. I've seen a couple times where he's gifted out a group of subs to individual streamers, which is really generous. So a Different Jason, cheers to you. We raise our glasses. 12 months, 1 year anniversary of supporting Laptop Hound, and hope you're still enjoying the game, whether you're a base game player, a perfect team player, but to have you as part of my community is very cool. And cheers to you. Thank you, a Different Jason. Okay. Even A-Dub's not at 12 months yet. Slacker. All right, let's continue on. If you are new to the game, every 5 or 6 weeks, there is a tournament called the PTCS that runs. And every single day, you can do things to qualify for the PTCS. For instance, the next one is set to take place next weekend. So the final standings for PTCS 6 will take place on Monday morning. There should be an update, and you should see if you qualified for any of the 6 different levels. There's iron and bronze cards. There's gold and silver cards. There's diamond and open, diamond and perfect, basically. And there are 2 drafts, the weekly, the daily, and then there's the weekly traditional. Those are the 6 that you can qualify for. The top 128 teams will make it. And if you make it, you get a link to set your team up for the following Saturday. Many people stream the PTCS, and they come out with special cards for the winners. Actually, just for making it, you will get at least 1 special card, maybe 2, maybe 3. So that will take place on September 6th. This is the last week to qualify. Every week, they also give out prizes in terms of stars. If you're in the top 20 of the weekly standings, you can receive anywhere from 20 to 100 clubhouse stars. And if you finish in the top 50 for the entire period, the 5 or 6 week period, you can win up to 300 stars and all the way up to 50th place, which is 20 stars. How do you know how you're doing? Well, that's very easy. If you go into the game and you go to your tournaments and you go along, there's the perfect drafts, there's the history. This is like a replay. You can go and check all your results. It'll show you second place, winner, eliminated. You can check your results under tournaments. And for about a week, you can actually go back into that tournament and view the different statistics. So it keeps your tournaments alive here, even after they're done, for about a week. This is where you want to go, tournament rankings. Whichever category you play in, if you play in silver and gold, you go to the appropriate PTCS section, and you can see the weekly standings. So last week, T. Lasco was the best gold-silver player with 270 points. And you get points based on how well you do in the tournament. If you get first place in a daily, you get a lot of points. If you get second place, you get a little less points. And this is all automatically tracked. A-Dub got second. You see some of our community here. Clay Dog, Brydav. There's Will Nick with his Charleston River Dogs. So it's great to see the community, many community members doing well. And again, if you finish first in a week, you get 100 Clubhouse Shop stars. If you finish up to 20th, you'll get 20 stars. And then you can check the overall period. If you go down, it shows the different periods. We are currently in period number 6, which will end on Sunday. And if you finish in the top 50, when that period is over, you will get some stars. So Red Sox Faithful is currently number 50th. Again, we got a lot of our community here, including A-Dub, rocking it. He should easily win the 100 or 300 stars or whatever. How much is it for the period? 300, A-Dub. You're on the track for 300 Clubhouse Shop stars if you can hold it together this week. Amazing. So there you go. If you do the perfect drafts, those are here as well. You got the daily, which includes the 5L and the 6L. It wasn't A-Dub, it's M-Dub. So you might want to change your username that ends in dub. It seems that is the successful secret sauce. All right, we will be back after the break. Stay tuned. Back in a few minutes. More things to go through. Again, check Spore tonight. He's got the replay, and he has a song he likes too. Dance away. Keep your eye on the prize.
I am a warrior, I fight till the end.
All right, Sporer has his eye on the prize as well as 127 other teams this weekend as the World Championships will be taking place. Many people will be streaming it. There are some of the affiliates that have qualified. I believe Smiley Face Jane, Max LP, Carini. I think we've got Spore as well going to be streaming it. And they will have, I believe, special drops. I believe all the affiliates that have qualified for the World Championships. TWIPT again is another one. You can check in on Saturday and Sunday when they're streaming, and you will not get the affiliate drops. Each of those streamers will have 4 packs available. If you watch them for an hour, you'll pick up 4 packs. So you can pick up probably, close to 30 or 40 packs this weekend. Probably more, probably 30 or 40 per day. So that's close to 80 packs that you might get if you tune in on Saturday and Sunday to the World Championships. Just keep rotating between the different streamers. I did not qualify. I will not be streaming it. However, tomorrow there'll be a pre-World Championship hype stream. Hopefully I'll have a roundtable. No one's DM'd me about it yet, so it might just be me, but there might be a few other people that join me tomorrow, and that'll start at 12:30 Eastern Standard Time with bingo. And there will be the main channel drops, which are kind of like special drops. So if you watch some of the affiliates in the morning, and then you come over to my stream, you get some additional packs. That's how it works for all the new people out there. Okay, let's go check in on today's 5L. And let me go back to this, because I didn't show this yesterday, but I want to make sure for full transparency. Yesterday I covered the 5L finals, and when I do cover it, we have a contest, predict the winner. And I forgot to show this at the end of the stream. It was the Danes that won. And no, it wasn't that one. It was this one here. It was the B-Town Nasty Boys that won. And the winner was Wizzy TG. There were 2 managers that predicted it would end in 6 games over the Devil Dogs. So we go to the tiebreaker. How many total runs are scored in the final game? It was a 6-5 score. So that means Wizzy was the closest on the tiebreaker. So Wizzy, congratulations. If you're in the chat today, those 10 packs will go out after the stream today. So there you go. Forgot to show that, so I wanted to make sure I showed it today. Usually someone reminds me, Lap, who won the contest? And I'm like, oh yeah. Usually after 4.5 hours, I'm like, which button do I push now? Okay, let's check out. We should be close to the finals today. I know my friggin' rights, let's go, made it to the quarterfinals, so they got at least 1 point. As I've always said, I don't mind if you put 2 teams into the tournament. There are some players in the World Championships that have like 4, 5, 6, 7 teams because they've got 4, 5, 6, 7 different accounts, or they play 4 or 5 or 6 different levels. They're just so good at the game that they have multiple entries in the World Championship. Now, I don't want 4 or 5 or 6 of the same team in this one. I said 2 maximum, which you guys have been really good about. So if you put 2 teams in every day to try and qualify, I've got no problem with that. And we are not at the finals yet. We do have one of our finalists, the Cooperstown Bad Boys. Is that Kynan's team? Cooperstown Bad Boys. Who is that? Kay Finney. I don't know. That might be Kynan. Seems familiar. Who is Cooperstown? Cooperstown Bad Boys for life. They are one of our 5L finalists. And the other finalist is coming down to a game 7. Global Superstars, which is Weirzy 99, and Makadkar with the Shikori. Wow. There you go. Game 7 coming up in about 4 minutes. However, the Cooperstown Bad Boys advance with the sweep over my friggin' rights. Let's go. So 1 point each will go to Torvald. Cato's going to get a point. The Pittsburgh Rebels will get a single point. The Clones will get a single point. And the Michigan Wolves will get a single point. My team will get 4 points. And then the loser of the Superstars and Shikori will also get 4 points. So we're not going to do a finals contest today because I can't stick around for the next possibly 90 minutes. However, we will have a late bird draw. So if you stay tuned, we will have a draw for some more packs at the end of the show. Okay. Kamish, are you streaming at the usual time today? Are you going earlier? You're probably going at the usual time. All right, just give me a second here. There we go. All right, so we have both of our bounty winners today. So once again, the big bounty winners were Cub Fan 23 Steve and Miller Time. We talked about the PTCS. End of qualifying for period number 6 comes up on Sunday. World Championships come up tomorrow, Saturday. And there were some new cards that came out both today and on Tuesday. Quickly running through those. If there's anyone new to the game and you play Perfect Team, this is probably the most important part of the stream. If you're new to the game, you really need to have a good understanding of how the card shape works. So again, if you're new, if you've only been playing it for a week or so, take notes. Please understand, again, our community is really good. If you have questions, they will help answer. Gentleman Jim, thank you for the sub earlier on about 15 minutes ago with your primer. Gentleman Jim, you are a gentleman. Thank you so much. And thanks for your question answering earlier on as well. You helped answer a few questions. So Gentleman Jim in the house. Big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. I don't see you comment a lot. You kind of lurk around a lot, which is totally fine. But when you do comment, it's usually to give some good advice to someone, which is awesome. Okay. You guys are talking. Oh, Spore was rocking. Yeah, Spore was rocking. Yeah, you do get an error when you place 2 teams in the same tournament. You can't do that on the same account. However, if you purchase different licenses, you can enter 2 teams. So that's why you see two same managers, but they've got different usernames because they have different licenses. So if you have OOTP Go, that's like a separate license. So you can have your desktop version where you get up to 3 teams. Only one can go in the same tournament. But your OOTP Go, if you create another perfect team, that gets to go in that same tournament too, if you do want to do that. Personally, if there was a way to only allow 1 human into a tournament, I think that would be the best, to have 1 human. But we've always had it, I've always said if you have 2, I'm okay with that. Just don't want it any more than that. And like I said, there's some managers, humans out there that have 3, 4, 5, 6 entries into the World Championships. So it is not like it's illegal or anything, because it does happen in most tournaments. Matt Stairs, I've said before, this is a 6L draft. If you're in the 6L, the evening lower level tournament, this guy should be drafted. And Nerd of Anarchy, one thing you really have to be aware of when you're playing this game is the era of baseball. I don't know if you're familiar with different eras of baseball, but when you go into your tournaments, you will see, I don't want to hover over it because I'll crash, but you'll see different years under this column here, right? 1999, 1979. That means the tournament is being played with the factors from that year. Also, some tournaments have different ballparks. So you have to consider the ballpark. So if I go to the lower level leisure lounge, you'll see here it's played at the 1884 Keystone Park. Now, it's played in the 1908 era, but it's played in Keystone Park. You'll see a bunch of different numbers at the end in brackets. This is your BABIP, basically, your average, 970 lefties, 970 righties. 1 is the neutral. So if you have a ballpark that's 1.00 on everything, it's called a neutral park. It means it doesn't favor the hitters and it doesn't really favor the pitchers. It's neutral. They're equal. Every time you get a number under 1, it favors the pitchers. So it'd be a pitcher park. So this park right here, the park is a pitcher park because it's a little lower than 1 for average and it's a little lower than 1 for home runs. Notice your doubles and your triples are both 1.00, which is neutral. Now, when you're looking at a card, for average, you're kind of looking at that BABIP, right? The contact, the BABIP. When you look at home runs, you're looking at the power part of the card. And when you look at doubles and triples, you're looking at the gap power of the card. So if I go to a ballpark like the 6L, where is it? The late one, there it is. So this one is played in 1996, which was a power era. It's played in the Sky Dome, and the Sky Dome slightly favors the lefty batters with their average. It's neutral with the righty batters. For home runs, it's got a huge swing towards the right-handed power hitters. So when you're drafting cards, you want to consider the era and you want to consider the ballpark. Spore always says, I can't remember his phrasing. If he's still around, he can put it into the chat, something about spices or something like that. I can't remember. But he's got a good phrase for new people to learn in terms of what you should prioritize in terms of era and ballpark. So if you draft a lot of power right-handed batters, they should do well in this tournament because the ballpark, the Sky Dome, favors it. Same with your triples. So for me, I'd be looking for lots of gap power and speed, because your speedy guys are going to have lots of opportunities to turn that double into a triple. So I'd look for right-handed power hitters, speed, and gap power if I was considering the ballpark. So you want to consider that before you go into any draft. Cards will play different. Your Ricky Henderson card will play different in one tournament compared to another tournament based on the ballpark. So I hope that helps. The other site that you should have bookmarked is the Baseball Reference Era site. Let me bring that up. That's this one right here. Baseball Reference is a great site to go and learn about all the players in baseball history. And if you go to that site, you can click on and look at the history of any player. You're probably familiar with this. Most baseball fans are. Let's wait, my browser's a little slow. It's got to catch up, I think. Come on, browser, catch up. There we go. But this is the page you want to go to because it has all the years in baseball history. And so I mentioned 1996. If I click on that one and I click on the 5L, which is 1908, I can compare those two baseball years. Brings it up to the top. And so, just looking at home runs, 1996, 1.09 average home runs, 1908, 0.11. So you don't want a lot of power hitters in 1908. In the 5L, your power hitters aren't going to do much for you. But in 1996, you won a lot of power hitters. Look at strikeouts. Almost twice as many people strike out in 1996 than they do in 1908. So avoid K on the card kind of deals with strikeouts. So in 1908, you don't have to worry about avoid K so much on a card. But in 1996, avoid K is a little more important. Same with walks. If we look at our walks, there's less walks in 1908. So you go through and you look at the different eras of baseball you're playing in. You compare the different eras. If I put 2021 as part of that, will it add it to it? I don't know. Will it add it? 2021, 1977. And you just compare the different eras. You kind of get an idea of the card shape that you want to look for. Again, it's not foolproof. It doesn't mean you're going to win a ton more, but it's that little bit of advantage you might have over, players that are not aware of what they should be looking for in their draft. And yeah, there is also a wiki page leak. So if you use wiki, just type in the search bar and wiki OOTP out of the park baseball. So there's a lot of good advice there as well. The mound has changed height throughout the years, so different eras. Yes, they do. Yeah. The different eras, if you on that baseball reference site, that accounts all the rule changes, all the stadium, the mound changes, all that kind of stuff is taken into consideration. The stats I showed you are the real life stats from that year in baseball. And OOTP brings that into their game as the modifiers for that specific era. So for instance, in league play, if the league play is in 1992 on a theme week, the game will say, okay, what were the real stats in 1992? Okay, there were 3,848 home runs hit. So in your league play in perfect team, they will get pretty close to that 3,848 home runs hit. So if every team had Babe Ruth will not hit 70 home runs for every team because they only allow so many home runs for that year based on real life baseball. However, if you're the only player that had Babe Ruth, your Babe Ruth might hit 80 home runs because he's the best power guy. They're going to give him the allotment of home runs that he deserves. So you kind of need to pay attention to the baseball year and the different factors. It takes some time. So again, when we look at a card like this, Matt Stairs, who everyone that qualified for the World Championship will get, you notice that you want to platoon him. And actually, we're on a break. So because some of our new players aren't subscribed, we will go on that break. We'll be back and more card talk. We'll show off some of today's cards too, because I didn't get a good look at them. So back in a few minutes. right, welcome back. And there are some of the card designs from previous versions of Out of the Park Baseball. We're back helping out some of the beginners here. And as Wizzy said, by the way, Wizzy was our winner yesterday in the Guess the 5L Championship contest. So Wizzy, those 10 packs will make their way to your account in the next 24 to 48 hours. As Wizzy says, every little bit of extra information in playing this game can help you get that one win that you need. That extra inning, game 7 win could be because of your knowledge of the cards. And knowledge of the cards, I think, is the most important part of this game, understanding what these sliders up here mean. So for I, walks, what is his potential walk opportunity going to be? Power is the home runs. What's his likelihood of home run? Gap power, what's his likelihood of turning that single into a double or double into a triple? What's his chances of getting it, into the gap, to the fence? Avoid K, what are his chances of striking out? And then BABIP, making contact with the ball. Doesn't mean a single, doesn't mean he's going to get a base hit, but making contact with the ball. Of course, you got your speed categories as well. Speed's important, especially for doubles to triples. This guy's probably not going to hit a lot of triples. He'll get a few doubles against the righties, as you can see with his gap power, but probably not a lot of triples. And then, of course, the defense ratings. Now, we're not going to go through all of them step by step. That's a full 3-hour tutorial right there. But get to know the basics of the card so that when you see a new card being released like this one, you take a look and say, okay, he's an iron card, a 49. Iron goes from 40 to 59. And he is pretty strong against the right-handed pitchers. So in a situation where I need a right-handed, I need a guy to hit against right-handed pitchers, he's good. He's good in the power era because of that 136 power. He's not so good in the early eras because he doesn't have a lot of BABIP, he doesn't have a lot of gap power, and he's got no speed. So I would not draft him for a 5L in 1908. And when Will Nick asked about how accurate is it with early eras, that is a weakness, I think. I think that is a weakness. I think OOTP prefers the later era. I think they've got the gameplay really fine-tuned to the later eras. I think my 1908 tournament is the earliest in the game. And I think OOTP is a little hesitant on having tournaments before 1920, just because, I don't know if it's as accurate. And that's why they don't have any before 1900. Like, you don't see any tournaments in 1877, just because I don't know if the coding in the game would accurately portray that. So later eras, I think anything after 1920, I think is fairly accurate. Anything before is really hit and miss. I do think 1908 has become more accurate. I think the devs looked into it because I'm starting to see a lot more realism in the 5L in terms of 1908 than we saw at the beginning of the cycle. So maybe they did tune the earlier eras. I don't know for sure. Did there used to be some early ones, Teddy, for Perfect Team? And how did that turn out? Probably a hot mess in terms of coding. It'd be fun. I would love, if I could have the 5L as 1876, I would absolutely do it. I think that would be a ball. But I want it to be accurate with how that was played. Plus, if you go before 1900, you really only need one pitcher. And it wouldn't really be fun in a draft where you have to take 2 pitchers and 24 hitters. Now, I think there will come a time where OOTP will allow you to set 20 players on the roster or 18 players on the roster, which then for a 1908 tournament, they could say, okay, you only get 20 players to draft, which I think would be fun. You take your 7 or 8 pitchers, and then you take your 12 batters, which is really all you need. But right now, there's nothing they can do. It's 26 man rosters. So They don't have the ability yet to use roster size appropriate to the different era. I think they'll get there. I think that is in the plans, but not quite yet. Because it wouldn't be fun for me right now to go, okay, we need 2 pitchers. Because then you're always looking for that stud 1 pitcher. Okay, Mr. Mathewson, you're my guy. Every draft, I'm going to take Mr. Mathewson. He can pitch every game. Or Al Spalding. Get in there. So for this card, you don't want to play him against the left-handed pitchers, only against the righties in a power situation. Now this Mendoza card, when we look at pitchers, you got to understand they have different categories, of course. Now, when you saw I means walks, pretty much in basic terms. Control means walks. So if you have a high I batter, he's likely to walk. But if you have a high control pitcher, he's less likely to walk him. If you get what I mean. HRA is ability to prevent home runs. So definitely Mendoza's not going to give up hardly any home runs to Matt Stairs as a left, or is he a left-handed pitcher? It's hard to tell. Right-handed pitcher, there it is. So we got 136 power going up against 107 home run suppression. So Matt Stairs is going to hit some home runs off this reliever. If he had a home run suppression against the righties of like 150, Matt Stairs might not hit as many home runs. So you got to compare the pitcher criteria to the hitter criteria. Pitcher BABIP kind of goes hand in hand with the BABIP here. So again, he's got a really good pitcher BABIP. Stairs has a low BABIP, so he's not likely to make a lot of contact with the ball. And he's not likely to take a ton of walks. He'll take a few. So Matt Stairs will get a few walks off of Mendoza, and he'll hit a few home runs from time to time against Mendoza. So this card I really like. I really like for both the 5L and 6L. I might even be tempted to use him as a starter in the 5L because in 1908, 40 stamina could probably pitch you close to a complete game. He's got 4 pitches, but he's only got 40 stamina, kind of like the Sandy Koufax card. So I might try him out sometime as a starter just to see how he does because he's got a great shape for 1908. Low stuff, but high everywhere else. The Molina card. So this card, for all the new players out there, he's not going to do well offensively for you. He's not going to strike out a lot, but he's not going to hit a lot of home runs. He's not going to hit a lot of doubles and triples. He's going to take a few walks. What you're taking this card for is his defense. The more blue and purple you have for the defense, the better he is. So he's not going to commit a lot of errors. He's going to be able to throw out a lot of runners trying to steal the second base. He's not going to have a lot of pass balls. He's going to be able to block the ball. And he can play 2 positions, catcher and first base. This card, I'm not going to draft in the 5L. I don't need him in the 5L because the defense in 5L is not as important. There's so many errors anyway. You could have your best defender commit 4 errors in a tournament. So I'm not as concerned with his defense. And I'm not going to take him in that silver round because he doesn't really offer me anything of value. There's way too many silver cards better than this for the 5L. And the 6L, we don't draft silver. Mike Trout, this is an amazing card in my opinion. Amazing for almost any era. Will Nick, why is that? Why is what? Why is what? Strategy settings is where you're trying to understand better. Oh, strategy, yeah. Why is there so many errors? Because that's the realism. Back in the dead ball era, there were a lot more errors than the more modern errors. So the game is just being realistic. The game probably is set to There has to be so many errors in the tournament. And they dish those errors out. That's what they call normalization. Tournaments are set. All the stats are set. You have to have so many home runs. You have to have so many triples. You have to have so many errors. You have to have so many strikeouts for that era. And then the tournament plays out and it gets as close as it can in terms of accuracy to make those numbers fit. That's why, Will, Nick, when we look at home runs in the 5L, you get one or two guys that always get 3 home runs. And then you get a few that get 2 home runs. You never see a guy get 10 home runs in the 5L. Never. It never happens because the normalization won't let that happen. The game says we're going to have 50 home runs in this tournament. It dishes them out. Your higher power guys are probably going to get the 2 or 3 home runs. In the 6L, instead of 50 home runs in the tournament, they say, okay, you need 150 home runs in the tournament. Because 1996 was power era. So it distributes those amongst the cards, and you'll get a guy that gets 15 home runs in that tournament. Yeah, it's that 20s glove. Exactly, nerd. You've seen the glove of what they looked like back then. A lot of errors. So Molina, I would not draft in either the 5L, and I can't take him in the 6L. But this Mike Trout, now this nerd is a card that you don't really have to worry about the era. You know, if he was 5L eligible, I would draft him with that BABIP. Early eras, you want BABIP, eye, gap power, speed. Those are the top 4 for me. Eye, gap power, speed, BABIP. And if I had to only pick 2, I would probably pick BABIP and gap power. And this Mike Trout can play in the 6L because he's got power and eye. He's going to hit home runs. He's going to take walks. And speed is more important in the 6L. And franchise is the pro. Like I'm telling you, I'm just giving you the kindergarten version, maybe the, middle school version at best. Franchise, he gives you the university education. So go follow him. Go watch his streams. He streams really late at night. He does a lot of testing on the game. And that's why he's one of the more successful players in Perfect Team. He won a PTCS last time because he's done the grunt work. He's done the dirty work that many people aren't willing to do. He tests out how games play out in the base game. And then he uses that to help him play Perfect Team. And he passes that along on his streams. So highly recommend. Now, it might be at a little higher level than you understand. You might want to wait a few weeks before you go watch franchise, because it'd be like saying, here's a kid in grade 9 attending a university class. It's over the heads of a lot of people. Once you get to know the very basics of the game and you're ready to move on to that next level, go watch Franchise Time Machine. He absolutely crushes it. And he's got the championship to back it up. And there are many streamers like that. When ADub streams, he gives you the data too. He gives you the numbers. Max LP gives you the numbers. So we've got like 30 some different affiliate streamers, and all have kind of their expertise. We got base game players. We've got franchise players. We've got online. We've got Perfect Team only. We've got a mixture of base game and Perfect Team. I mean, there's no area really lacking right now for affiliates. Anything you want to learn about the game, someone will be there to teach you about it. Dan, so yeah, that Mike Trout, I think, can play in any era. The only thing you have to avoid, nerd, is if you're facing lineups that have a lot of stuff matches up with avoid K. Avoid K means strikeouts. Stuff on pitchers means heat, striking people out. So if you have a low stuff guy and a high avoid K guy, probably not going to strike out much. This Molina will probably not strike out much against Mendoza. Will he sometimes? Yes, that's just how the game goes. But on average, he's not going to strike out against Mendoza too much. So yeah, Mike Trout, really good card. One of the best cards from this release for sure. Hot, hot card. Yeah, that's a good strategy. Let the AI set it up. However, the AI is not always the best, especially with your depth charts. I'll show you that a little bit later. There's something you need to do with your depth charts. And sliders, maybe we can talk sliders. I don't know how much time we'll have, but there's certain things in your sliders that I think are must do. Certain things you must do with your sliders to try and have more continued consistent success. Dan Heron, not going to strike out a lot of guys at the diamond level. Not going to give up a lot of home runs against the lefties because that's pretty high. And not going to walk a lot of people. I don't play diamond. Again, A-Dub, Max LP, Smiley Face Jane. Those are the better streamers to watch for your diamond perfect gold cards. I'm all about silver and lower. Even perfect cards. Now you look at this card and go, well, you should draft him every single time. And maybe that's the case. But you got to remember, with perfect pitchers, they're also perfect batters. So if you get a guy that has really high avoid K, Eckersley's not going to strike them out much. If you get a guy that has power at 170, they're going to hit home runs off Dennis Eckersley. Just because you see purple doesn't mean they're the best card. It all depends on the batters that they're facing and vice versa. Snuffy for third place, and then the winners are going to get to determine the card of their choice. They'll work with Spore, and Spore will put together a card for them, and that will be released by September 8th, they said. So it takes about a week to get those winning cards out. Plus, either their logo or their username or something unique will be put on the top 4 cards. It's also been discussed that the top 4 cards will be locked to that account. So whoever wins the top 4 cards won't be able to sell them, which I think is a good thing. If it's got your brand, your name, your logo on it, you should keep it in your collection. It's a proud little memento. 5L, 6L. Remember how I showed you the tournaments that said Laptop Hound? The one in 1908 and the one in 1996. We call them the 5L because Laptop Hound, lower level, leisure, lounge. 5 Ls. The one in the evening has an extra L because it's late. So we call it the 6L. It's just the much easier to say. It'd be like if there was the crazy Cavacom Central Canadian something. That'd be the 4C, right? Because it's got 4 C's in it. Also, this card is out. I believe there's 20 some copies that you can get in packs. So, nerd, let me ask you. What would you do with a card like this? If you had him and you put him in the lineup, how would you slot him in your lineup? And maybe which, where in the batting order would you put him? I want to see. I want to test your learning. A-Dub is not wrong with that. We are getting some elite. We've always had elite managers in the 5 and 6L, but now it fills up in 4 hours, and we've drawn the attention of some of the even more elite players. It is, if you win the 5L or 6L, pat on the back. It's not easy to do. That's why finishing in the top 32 is... It's not a given, even if you have 20 points right now. It's not a given. These people down here scrolling along on the banner, those ones right there, they're some of the elite players right now. Okay, higher speed, you'd put second in lineup, but probably seventh. Okay. Now, would you put what type of pitcher? Would you put them both sides against the lefties and the righties? Remember, this is a diamond card. Cavacom's Cavalcade of Crazy Cuisine. No, you got to have Canadian in there, buddy. We got to make it the 5C. Cavacom's Canadian Cavalcade of Crazy Cuisine. There we go. You can only draft Canadian-based team players. You'd keep for both? Again, it all depends who else you have on your roster, right? But I would think if you're trying to assemble the best team, you would only use them against your right-handed pitchers. Because chances are you want to look for a second baseman that has purple and dark blue against the lefties. But again, it all depends on what your other cards are. But for instance, if you had the Jackie Robinson, you could use Jackie Robinson at second against the lefties and Lou Whitaker. A-Dub, can you quickly find me a high diamond second baseman that's really good against the lefties, just for comparison? Or anyone else that has the game open? Who is someone that plays second that you would put in against the lefties that's a high diamond? Billy Herman? Okay, Billy Herman. So he's a low diamond, but still close enough. So Billy Herman, you'd put in your lineup against the lefties, and Lou Whitaker, you'd put in the lineup against the righties. Ultimately, nerd, that's your goal, is to have your entire roster with almost 8 different batters on both sides of the plate. You want a couple, like you want your really high-end ones that play both sides of the plate, but you want a platoon players. And you want, in the modern era, you probably want 13 pitchers. So you got 13 pitchers, you got 13 hitters. So that means you probably need to platoon, you could probably platoon 5 of your batters, left side, right side, have 3 or 4 of your batters play both ways. Yeah, I mean, he might be in the clubhouse, but regardless, there is someone better than Lou Whitaker against the lefties. His defense is really good. He only plays one position, and I would not consider his speed that great. Like, don't see green and aqua as good. See it as average. So you don't want this guy trying to steal a lot of bases. Not in diamond. That to me is actually a poor running profile or below average profile. Yeah, the NEL cards do really well. Some of the other cards here, Kenny Lofton. I would draft him possibly in the 5L. Yeah, I could see him as a 5L backup. Now this guy, look at his speed. I mean, look at that speed. This is a guy you want to run. This is a guy that you crank up the slider a bit, because he has high ability. Here's a hint for you, Anarchy. If you ever see a guy with low ability, don't let him steal. He doesn't have a clue what he's doing. Even if he has high speed means nothing. You want to look at the ability as well. Otherwise, you got a dumb fast guy. Dumb fast guys you don't want to let run. Bobby Witt Jr., not a 5L guy. Well, I guess it's iron. Yeah, I'd use him as a pinch runner, backup. He's okay for the... See, here's a great example, Anarchy, of how the eras matter. So 1908 is based on BABIP and gap power. So in 1908, he'd be pretty decent against the righties. He wouldn't be as good against the lefties in 1908. However, in 1996, which is the power era, power, gap power, avoid K. He'd do okay in 1996. So in 1996, I could use him against the left-handed pitchers. In 1908, he'd be more successful against the right-handed pitchers. A card that can play two different eras on two different sides of the plate. And both eras, I'd let him run. He's got all the good running attributes. He's going to get he's going to get a fair number of triples with that gap power. Again, just little things that hopefully can help you learn the game a little bit more. Eric Gagne. Do not use this card in 1996. Not strong enough. Home runs. He's going to give up a lot of home runs. So those guys that hit 15 home runs in the tournament, they might get a few off of Eric Gagne. However, in 1908, yeah, now you're catching it. Give up home run. But how about in 1908? Nerd, how's this guy going to do in 1908? In the 5L, what do you think? Yeah, 1908, he's going to have some success. In fact, you could even start him in 1908. Well, he is listed as a starter. He would pitch a complete game. He's got enough stamina. And if you got better pitchers, better starters, you could put him in the bullpen. So yeah, this is not a card for the 6L. It is a card for the 5L for sure. Cal Ripken Jr. He'd be a backup in the 6L for me. I would not draft him in the 5L. I would not touch him. I would not want him. He's got no speed. He's got no gap power. He's got no BABIP. He's got no eye. This is a great example, nerd, of a card to avoid in the 5L. This is not a 1908 player. There's nothing about this card that gives me hope for 1908. Now, that being said, A-Dub will draft him and he'll be the player of the tournament 3 rounds in a row. Well, franchise, that's all I can do, right? I have become so specialized in bronze and iron that when I see the new cards come out, it's automatic for me. I don't have that ability with anything gold or higher because I have nothing to compare the cards at, where I can look at the lower level cards and instantly tell you where they're best suited. That's this year, that's my expertise. I used to be better at all levels, but I've really, really had to kind of narrow it down to like a fifth, 20% of the card pool, which I'm okay with. I think there's a need for that as well. Yeah, this card, anything before 1930, avoid. Avoid. I like this. This is a good case example of never draft him in dead ball. Your perfect team is doing great. Yeah, again, temper your expectations. I always say that to people just playing the game. Oh man, I'm doing so great in the entry pool. I'm doing so great in iron. You got the diapers on right now. When you get up to bronze and silver and gold, that's where you need to put on the adult pants. Because it does get tougher. Anyone that is paying attention at all can do well in iron. Now, I don't say that because you're a bad manager or anything like that. But what I will tell you, one of the reasons why you're doing well at the lower levels, especially iron, well, I'll tell you after the break because you won't be able to hear it because we'll be on a break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
listening to the birds chirp away. His tail's wagging, giving unconditional love. Man, life's better with my best friend, Jack. Night falls as we head down the gravel, dusty road. Jack's ears perk up at the evening sounds. His golden coat shines in the full moon so bright. Man's best friend, he makes the world feel so right. Oh, Jack, my trusty golden boy. I remember days past, such an active young pup. Through thick and thin, together where has time gone? Life's so golden with my dog.
All right, so we're back here to talk some OOTP. I'm on for about another half hour or so. And if you want to get into the late bird draw, it is now underway. Exclamation enter, exclamation ticket. You have to be here at the end of the stream when I make the draw to win those 5 packs. Earlier today, we had Petro. We had the WAG, Mr. WAG, win the packs. Mr. WAG is eligible to enter again. But if you want to try to win, you can follow A-Dub, Cub Fan Steve, Wing OO, Gentleman, Nerd of Anarchy, all in their attempt to win the end of stream packs. Okay, back to the cards. Do a little bit of education here for the new players. When you see a card like this, Nerd Anarchy, what are you thinking in terms of playability? He's a 60 overall. What do you see? Do you see anything special in him that might make him, we call a meta player? By meta, we mean a must-use, a must-own kind of player. And I thank you for the image of you wearing diapers, franchise. Thanks so much for that image. I hope you change them often. All right, I just want to see what Nerd thinks about this card. A little bit of a test here. Okay, so good splitter. So that brings up another point. I do not put much weight at all into the pitches. For me, I'm sure they make a difference, but for me, it's just cosmetic. Now, the only time it will make a difference is if you move a guy that's labeled as a starter. If you put him in your bullpen, he gets a stuff boost, apparently. I think it's been verified. So that means if you put Dan Herron into your bullpen, he's got a stuff of 81. He will get a boost in that. It'll be higher than 81 based on his top 2 pitches. So that's where the pitching makes a difference. So he's got a splitter and then he's got a fastball as his top 2 pitches. So I would think he would get, a pretty good stuff boost. It's not going to be horribly better, but he'll get a stuff boost if you put him in the bullpen, as opposed to a guy that might have all orange pitches. Those guys I don't like to put into the bullpen because they're not going to get much of a stuff boost. But if he's got a really strong fastball and a really strong slider or a really strong changeup, they might make good bullpen candidates. Yeah, I did. No, actually, I don't like long relief a lot in tournaments. I like middle relief. In fact, you'll see a lot of managers for all their relievers, they'll put middle relief. If the pitchers are pretty equal in terms of ratings, just put them all as middle relief, normal usage. If you've got an exceptional reliever, a true closer, then you might want to use him as a closer in the modern era or as a stopper in the early eras, but only if he's like heads and tails above everyone else. Someone like a Joe Barry in bronze previously, or a Carl Edwards in bronze, a Dick Hall in bronze early era. Those might be in the stopper role. So these cards, I'm not a big fan of we call these flat cards, where they're not really exceptional in anything. A lot of us lower level players really like the cards that are extreme, which means really good in some areas, really crappy in some areas, because they fit better for that era. So I'm not a big fan of this card, because in past games, the flat cards have not really been exceptional. I've played OTP 25 and used a lot of the flat cards in bronze, and they're not really the best. Even though they might be all green or all light blue, flat cards tend not to do well for me. I like the extreme cards. Give me a card with purple pitcher BABIP and low stuff, or high home run suppression and a little bit of lower control. So a guy like this, Zach Britton, I would much rather use a Zach Britton in the bullpen than a guy like Dan Herron. Because Dan Herron's going to give up home runs, and he's going to give up some to the BABIP. And he's going to walk some guys. He's going to give up a little bit of everything, whereas a guy like Zach Britton is not going to give up a bunch of hits. He's not going to give up a bunch of home runs. Yeah, he'll walk a few people. He'll walk a few. But that's 1 out of 4. Whereas this guy is going to be a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there in the normalization. But you do have to be careful, as Cub fan Steve says, you don't want control too low. Like anything under 30 with control, like there are some managers that will still use pitchers with control of 20 to 30. But if you got a card like Cub fan Steve mentioned, where he's like high in everything, like purple, and then 10 in control. Yeah, that does not make a good card, because then he's going to walk too many. He's going to have a tournament where he's lights out, or he's going to have a tournament where he gives up 7 runs. He walks 8 batters in a row. So you're really taking your chances. If it's too extreme, it's probably not good enough. Unless it's like in home run suppression in early eras, then I don't mind if it's too extreme. Yeah, I mean, Jesse Chavez, you really want to get him in your lineup, right, A-Dub? The live Jesse Chavez, like, don't let those ratings fool you. Just kidding. He might be the worst card in the game right now. Now, this card is the toughest one for me to read for the lower levels. My instincts are that it's not a very good 5L card. Little bit better in the 6L against the righties. Lefties, better in the 5L. Righties, better in the 6L. But is he a starter? To me, he's not because his profile's too flat. I like the extremes. In the 5L, give me BABIP, gap power, I. In the 6L, give me power, I, and maybe avoid K. So to me, this is not a card that jumps out for me as a strong 5L or 6L card. It's okay, but his defense sucks. And there's no DH in the 5L or 6L. You can't hide him there. So for what I think is an average bat for both tournaments and sucky defense, I just don't think he plays. I'm going to really watch the people that draft him in both tournaments and keep an eye on him because I could be wrong. Like I said, this card is the most question marks for me. I don't know, chat, what you guys think. If you see a lot of really high potential in him, the only good thing about him I see is the avoid Ks, so he's not going to strike out a lot. So he won't hurt you that way. But otherwise, I don't know. I don't know about Robin Yount. I want to believe. I do. I want to believe he's a good card for those tournaments. Now this card. Oh, what do you think? Okay, here's another one for you, nerd. What would you do with the Johnny bench in a tournament that only has silver cards and lower? Even bronze cards and lower. What would you do? I'm curious. Especially 5L, 6L. 1908, 1996. Don't let the name fool you. Defense, I agree. In the later eras, like anything from 1960 onward, I think you really want much stronger defense. But I think it's my new 6L catcher if I get a choice in round 1 to get him. And even if I don't get him till later in the draft, I'm still probably going to take him. Why? That power and the eye and the fact that he plays 4 positions. I don't have to use him at catcher. I can use him in left field. He'd be good enough in left field. He'd be good enough at first base. He'd be good enough as a reserve catcher if I needed him. Would he be my starter catcher? He's not my priority. I'd rather have like a Tom Satriano or a Jared S. There's a bunch of good Jason LaRue. There's a bunch of good catchers out there I'd prefer to have as my starter. But I'm taking him every time I see him in the 6L. He's just got too much value. 5L, maybe even in the 5L against the lefties. Because he's got the BABIP, got avoid K, he's got I. 5L is kind of like this. 6L for sure. Yep, modern era, pinch hitting even. Yep. Or DH. This is a card you want as a DH against your righties. In a DH tournament, he's almost the perfect shape because who cares if he gets penalized a little bit? He's not being penalized on power and eye. So this is this would be a great DH against right-handed pitchers. Again, 5L and 6L doesn't have DH though. Edgar Martinez. Here's another one, Anarchy, where you want to platoon him. If you're using him, use him against the left-handed pitchers. Find someone else at third base against the right-handed pitchers. What do you think, Anarchy? What do you think makes him a good third baseman defensively? I want to see if you pick up on this. Why would you trust him at third base? Yep, you got it, Arm. Yep. Errors scare me a little bit. I'm going to be honest. He is going to commit a few errors. So depending on the era, if there is an era you're playing where errors were high that year, I might think twice about it. But otherwise, yeah, he's fine, I think, at third base. And then you have a few others, Silver, Zach Maxwell, Ricky Weeks Jr. Can't go through all of them. But my favorite card from Tuesday by far is this guy here. This guy, if I see him in the silver round of the 5L, amazing poll by Cub fan Steve. For the new players out there, Cub fan Steve is one of the biggest Chicago Cubs fan you're going to find. He has a theme team based around Chicago Cub players, and he has pulled the Rick S for that specific team. You have just made your team so much better, Cub fan Steve. What level are you at right now? Are you in low gold, high gold? Where are you? Because I think that guarantees you're going to move up at least one level. Low gold? Oh, yeah, you're going to high gold. Would you say that that was the most desirable card for your team that you didn't have yet? I can't think of another Cub better than Rick. There you go. Congratulations. You're going to make it up to high gold fairly quickly. Now, this was my favorite card from Tuesday. He's a must draft in the 5L, in my opinion. He's got the batting style for 5L. He's got BABIP. He's got gap power. He's got decent speed, good eye, excellent defense. This is a dream 5L card. And his pitching is suited more for the 5L. Why nerd anarchy? What makes him a good 5L pitcher? If you would say, well, he's a good 5L pitcher lap because he's got low home run suppression and low stuff, you would be a winner. You want pitcher BABIP, you want control. Those are the top two things for the 5L. Now, he's not meant to be a pitcher. He's center field on the card. So you're taking him more so for his bat. You're not starting him. He's not a starting pitcher. But this is a guy I would put in the bullpen as, long relief with maybe middle relief as a secondary characteristic. I trust him. I trust this pitching profile. The highest two are BABIP and control. Those are the two you want the highest in. Ignore movement. Don't worry about movement. Movement, you should not be looking at movement. Movement, just like contact. Avoid contact. Pretend it's not there. You want to look at BABIP and avoid K. That makes up the contact rating. That's why when you look at contact, it's kind of like an average between these two. That's why they're indented. You take your BABIP, you take your avoid K, you kind of average them out, and you get the contact. So when you're drafting players, I don't look at contact. I look at the BABIP and avoid K. Same with the pitchers. I don't look at movement because movement is a combination of the home run suppression and the pitcher BABIP. And depending on the era, you want one of these more important than the other. So I always tell new people, don't look at that movement contact. So excellent card, excellent card. So today, the Immortal Season 3 came out. When we come back, we're going to finish off the show by looking at those cards. I haven't looked at them yet. I know they're all diamond and perfects, so I won't have too much expertise on them. Maybe you guys in chat will. So keep opening packs. Let me know if you guys get something good during the break. We'll be back to finish off the show in 3 minutes' time. All right, you got about 10 more minutes to get your entry in, exclamation enter, exclamation ticket. We'll make the draw in about 10 minutes. Okay, let's go check in on the 5L finals today. We do have our two finalists. Congratulations to Makadkar and the Cooperstown Bad Boys. We got a theme team going up against Makadkar's Shikori, and it looks like the Shikori are down 4-2. They're going to have to sweep the final 3 games, 2 of them in the opponent's ballpark. Cooperstown up 4-2. So again, for all the new players, I know Nerd is one of them, but there might be some relatively other new players lurking. This is the 5L tournament. This is played in 1908. And in 1908, you have to be conscious that you only need 3 starting pitchers and maybe 4 or 5 guys in the bullpen. If you're drafting more than 8 pitchers, you're wasting. You're wasting your selections. Because here's a team in the finals. Okay, let's take a look at Cooperstown. Cooperstown, they're in the finals. They're on the verge of winning it. They played all these games. They went against Dollar and won 6 games in 6 games. They went against the Milwaukee Abandoned Boats. They won in 7 games. 6 games against Bro. Torvald, they swept. My team took them 6 games. Or no, they swept my team. And now they're up in the finals. So they played all those games. But if you look at their pitchers, look at this. Look at their relievers. 3 innings pitched in the entire tournament. 4 innings pitched. Mark Pryor, it's kind of a waste, honestly, for Mark Pryor. I probably would have had him as a starter, but he's doing well. Like, they're in the finals. And remember how I said Dick Hall? When you have a reliever that is heads above everyone else, you put him as a stopper. This is a meta 5L player. This is a meta dead ball player because he's got pitcher BABIP and control that are lights out. So when a player is so much better than the others in the relief role, put him as a stopper. He's got 19 innings pitched, 6 saves, ERA under 1. Typically, everyone else I'll put as a middle reliever, as long as they're fairly equal to each other. I might put Mark Pryor middle relief used more often, just because I think he's better than the other 3, but whatever. This is what you need for early eras. That's it. And even then, he could have had 1 less pitcher. And by doing this, if you only draft 7 pitchers, that means you got 19 hitters that you can put into your lineup. And when you have 19 hitters, you can have a lot of platoon situations. Certain guys only against the lefties, certain guys only against the righties. And remember what I said I thought was most important? BABIP, gap power, speed, and maybe eye. Gap power, BABIP, speed, and maybe eye. Look at his team. This guy's in the finals. Look at all his BABIP guys. All of them pretty much are green or higher for BABIP. Look at his gap power. Extremely high for his gap power. Look at his running attributes. Fairly high for his running attributes. Power? You don't need it. Look at his power. He's got 2 guys that have power. That's it. Billy has 1 home run. Wally has none. Power's not that important. So here's a guy 1 game away from winning the tournament today. And this is how he's constructed his lineup, which I'm a big fan of. I love his choices here based on BABIP, gap power, speed, and some eye, right? I said some eye. But it's not his highest choice. But it's still good. It's still average. It's still above average, maybe. That will get you more 5L success than what you're used to drafting with a modern era. Go with 7 or 8 pitchers, 3 starters, preferably if you can get a guy that is a 2-way player. Tournament's over, so that tells me that Cooperstown won over Makadkar. Great run, Makadkar. This is my first choice for a pitcher in the 5L because there's no DH. So every time he pitches, he gets the bat. And he didn't have the greatest batting stats, but better than a lot of pitchers. So that's what I would do if I was drafting 5L. That's what I try to do. So I hope that helps. Ultimately, again, you want to try and have platoons in as many places as you can. So for instance, I've got Harlan Poole. I've got him in against the righties in left field, and against the lefties, I've got Buttercup because he's better against the lefties. But I also have Buttercup against the righties because he's still really good against the righties. I've just put him in right field instead. And then I put Ryan Sweeney up against the lefties. Sometimes you can make the platoons work really well. Sometimes you cannot, especially with catchers as well. Certain catchers, a lot of catchers are better on one side of the plate. Satriano, you want to try and get him against the righties, but you can also put him at first base, second base, third base. And then a guy like Tim McCarver, probably put him against the righties. So Satriano could go first base and McCarver could go catcher. Both of them in against the righties. So when you're drafting, be aware of that. When you're taking two catchers, try not to get two catchers that are strong on the same side of the plate, because it's kind of a waste. Try and get one good against the lefties. Try and get one good against the righties. That will help you get more success, at least in the 5L. In the 6L, it's more for power. So if we look at last night's 6L and the results, I don't even know how I did last night. Come on. 6L. Oh, I guess that was one of my better ones. They had walls in 1908. Well, yeah, kind of. More like buildings. Hit the side of the building. Hit the farmer's field. So in the 6L last night, I went to the semifinals, lost 6-5 in the deciding game. Always a heartbreaker, almost made the finals. And the winner last night was Dartmouth Big Green. Haven't heard of them before. They're new to this tournament, and they beat the team in 7 games that beat me. But if we look at, we look at a couple of the teams here in the 6L, you do need probably 12 pitchers. Maybe a few more. Swamp Angels, where are they? So look at, here's a finalist. They had 5, 7, 9, 11. They've got 13. But look at all the innings they pitched. They probably drafted one too many pitchers. It would have been good, I think, with 12. I like 11 or 12. And again, the innings pitched aren't too high for a full tournament. And again, you want pitchers with high home run suppression. I mean, look at their pitchers. Almost every pitcher is against the righties 62 or higher. And stuff. Want a couple guys with a lot of stuff. Now here's that Marmo card. Interesting. Cub fan Steve brought him up earlier. Do you see, Anarchy, why I don't recommend drafting this guy? Now, his team did go to the finals, but do you want this guy in your lineup that in 8 2/3 innings, he gave up 8 earned runs, 17 walks? He gave up 2 walks every inning. That's what low control is going to do. He had 9 strikeouts. He was striking out 1 per inning. So yeah, you're going to get strikeouts with that stuff. But look at those walks. 8.31 ERA. Is that the kind of card you want on your team? Probably not. And then for hitters, it's all about the power. All about the power. With a mix of decent eye and defense. Look at the defense. This last colored column here. Defense much more important in 1996. BABIP, yeah, it's okay to have. I mean, it's never bad to have BABIP. Gap power, yeah, it's okay. Avoid strikeouts, pretty good. So again, if you're new to the game, you really have to be aware of the area you're playing in, the ballpark you're playing in, and construct a roster that tries to maximize all those different things. This ballpark was Jari Park. So it's a hitter's park, slight hitter's park. Average is a little higher than normal, and home runs a little higher than normal. So I wouldn't consider the ballpark a huge factor in this tournament here, not this one. If anything, maybe you swing a little bit towards the left-handed hitters because they get a little bit of an advantage. Gap power is not as important. So there you go. Let's end off by looking at the cards that came out today. Let's check them out. I haven't seen them. And if you're still in chat, let us know which cards you like. So we did get some future legends today. You'll try and pronounce this. I'll butcher it. Very much like a Mario Soto card for bronze. Again, I can only compare to the lower levels, but very much the shape of a Mario Soto. Cam, not going to pronounce your last name because I will mispronounce it for sure. Packables. Tom Murphy. Are these the cards? Yeah, these are these no. Are these the cards from today? Yeah, these are the cards from today, right? Yeah. Tom Murphy, that's kind of a weird one. Does anyone know why Tom Murphy was thrown in there? Was it a special occasion or something? I have no clue. But it just seems weird with Immortals that we have a Tom Murphy. I guess as an energizer. Oh, yeah. Coming, that's probably the worst person that could say that. No. You would love me to pronounce some of these high-level cards wrong. I probably don't have many on your list. Do you carry over franchise from year to year? Like if I mispronounced a name 3 years ago, does he still qualify? Because with me watching my names this year, you probably don't have many from me. Right? I'll say Tom M. I'm trying to prevent franchise from being even more successful. Oh, so you start a team, you start a season with a team. Okay. Well, I think it should be, should have to be during the same game version. You shouldn't be able to carry over names from previous. Because by now you could have almost every name in the game. Except Jim Kern. That one I will pronounce. Jim Kern, again, bullpen guy for me. He'd be a bullpen guy. Poor control, but be pretty effective in the bullpen. Listed as a closer, and that's what he's best suited as. Dustin Pedroia. He would be great in the 5L if we drafted diamonds. That's what I look for. This is a kitty. If you guys know Kitty's profile, this is Kitty and Diamond. Except he'd be first base with a little more speed. Yeah. Josh Hamilton, 6L. Power. Not gonna walk a lot. Outstanding defense. Left field, right field, center field in a pinch. And again, probably first base or DH. He will get the penalty if you put him at DH. He won't get the penalty if you put him at first. Typical. I mean, every year. What the heck? Did they start putting real heads on the statue? Now, this looks like it's photoshopped twice. This head does not look like it belongs to that body. Was this the, like, yeah, maybe it's the same picture, but it just looks too low. Kind of cool, though. Instead of the actual trophy, they have the player standing on the podium. Oh, yeah, of course they'd have to have the rights. It just looks like his head's a little too low, but maybe it's just batting stance. Very cool. They did an amazing job putting the real life image on top of that base. Yeah, the more I stare at it, the more I'm like, oh, that's a cool pick. Much better than what the base looked like for sure. Awesome. Yeah, DH first baseman. You're probably not going to trust him at third base. Chuck Klein. I know there's a few Chuck Klein fans out there that try to collect all the Chuck Kleins. And again, a lot of these are upgraded versions over what we saw on Tuesday, which some people thought, is Spore going to do that? Is he going to take these high profile names from Tuesday and give us the immortal version? That was my feeling, and a few others thought that as well. And so Chuck Klein gets the big immortal upgrade here. Great arm. I'd use him in right field. I'd use him in left field. Power, BABIP. And the 102. This is my favorite silver card from Tuesday. My 5L must have. If I'm not getting one of those top 3 high-end pitchers, I'm going to go with Cristobal as the silver card if he's offered. Such a great two-way player in silver and now as an immortal. Only weakness is power. But hey, so was who was that? Ross Barnes, was it? Ross Barnes came out recently. Purple and everything except power. And look at this. He plays everywhere except catcher and shortstop. So there's the batting profile. Now, his silver version is a much better pitcher. So that's kind of cool. I like that. I love that, actually. I love that his silver is a much better two-way than the perfect card. Makes it unique. It makes it special. Yeah, we had you figured out. Paul, you're getting your, I don't know. We'd love to play poker against you, Paul, because you're starting to give us a lot of pretty easy tells. For those of us that play poker, which I do, love it. I love Texas Hold'em. Your tells are becoming more apparent. So yeah, I think this is a very nice construction. If you get a Cristobal, you're getting him for the bat and maybe for a long relief mop up. I'd throw him long relief mop up. I'd have no problem with that. Andrew Miller, oof. Sometimes we don't give enough love to closers and the value of closers. In drafts, we tend to wait to draft our closer later. They don't sell for much on the card shop typically, unless you're getting a stud closer. And this guy, I don't know, is this the best closer in the game now? Some may say the home run suppression is a little low for modern era. I don't know. I like I said, I have nothing to compare him with. Interesting to take him in the 6L. You're not going to lose many leads late if you draft him in the 6L. Oh, we have another closer coming up. Okay. Yeah, he looks fantastic. And here's one where you want to boost up the hold runner slider. I like to do that on guys that have really good hold runners, especially if they have the high stamina, because I've heard that if you keep throwing over to first base, your stamina drops, right? Because you're using energy to throw the ball to first base. But if you have high stamina, you don't have to worry about that. So I would crank up my hold runner to probably the maximum. Like, guys aren't going to steal off of him. Oh yeah. Another great image. I like too how they put some noise on it. Like, just an amazing job with these two all these real life images. Put a little noise on it just so it blends in a little bit better. Jeez, what a great job. And you know what's cool too? Especially for Edgar, it's not as blurry in the background. The other ones, the non-real life players, are much more blurred. Yeah, I look for things like that. So here is your best closer in the game. Again, crank up the hold runners. He's got 3 dominant pitches. His iron version came out earlier. this week. Oh boy, this is a card that you would pay a few 100,000 perfect points for. Cavicom, why? Why not? I don't know what you're why. What are you whying about? Now this guy, it'd be tough. Do you use him as a closer or a stopper? He's right on that edge. I would probably just use him as a closer. High leverage closer. Yeah, I think this year more than any other year, actual relief pitchers are better in the bullpen than a lot of starters. So I like that too. I like that true relief pitchers are the more successful bullpen guys rather than just, okay, he's not my number 5 pitcher. He's number 6. I'll just move him to the bullpen. I like that you get more success out of your relievers, your true relievers. Yeah, again, a Canadian kid. I think he's out of Montreal. Might have been born in Montreal or Quebec anyway. Just waiting for the ad break to end here. We got about 30 seconds. Well, I have to say of all the packables, this is my favorite packable this week. Like, again, 5L, he was made for the 5L. I mean, he doesn't need the power. But as a two-way guy that can pitch and hit. Question is, do you use him as a starter? How brave are you to get those extra bats in? Mind you, don't need extra bats. Put him in the bullpen and put him in like left field, right field, first base, center field. All depends on the rest of the cards on your team. You want a Gagne as a packable at launch next year. Yeah, this guy always gets a lot of late releases, which I'm okay with because he was a dominant reliever and you would have to kind of weaken him if you put him as a launch deck card, which I guess you could. You could have 2 perfect Gagnes, one at release and then one later in the game. Other cards have had that. It's like your elite players, like a Cobb. Rarely do we see a Cobb at the beginning of the game, unless it's like gold or something. And your mission rewards, I believe there are 3 of them. Cal Ripken Jr., I always say one of the toughest cards. He, along with Ichiro and even a Dave Stieb, like these are tough cards to make meta, especially later in the game, just because of their real life performance. But defense, stud. Not going to walk a lot. This might be one of the better, if not best, Cal Ripkens we've seen. Kind of a good time in the cycle for him to come out too, because he can still be dominant for a bit. Fair bit. So, yeah, the defense, definitely we got a good Cal Ripken Jr. defensive card here. 111 range, might not be the biggest in the game, but in combination with the bat, he's got to be up there for when you go to third base or shortstop. Hames, an interesting mission card. It's not really a guy that typically we would say, oh, he's, immortal elite. Not a name in the mix I would think of, but we have another Eric in the game here now. Go with Gagne. And yeah, he's pretty dominant. He's kind of like the Frank Robinson, good everywhere except avoid K. Can play left field, could throw him in right field, first base, DH. And this is from, what's the logo there? What is that logo? I missed the stream, so I was preparing for mine. I don't know what that logo is. Yeah, Blue Jays. It's too bad the Blue Jays couldn't keep him. They had him earlier in his career. Oh yeah. He's great. He was a great player. He had some great seasons. It's just usually not a guy you see as a legend, as an immortal. He's not that name brand unless you're a fan of the teams he played for, or you faced him a lot of time. You wouldn't think of him as one of those names, but well deserving for sure. Korean Baseball Organization. Oh, that's right. You guys have used some international baseball logos before. And Mr. Fernandez, again, kind of has that Mario Soto profile where he's weakest at control. 3 dominant pitches. Now, I think I heard at the end of your stream, did you boost up his bat? Or are you thinking of boosting up his bat? Like, is this the final version that we're looking at? I know that I heard some talk about it. I don't know if it actually happened, though. '85 stamina, so in the modern era, he's not going to pitch a complete game likely for you. Should have a strong 7 innings for sure. Not a lot of home runs. Pitcher BABIP's really good. Give up a few walks. Going to strike out a bunch of people. Okay. So this is the final version of the card. All right, and then some future releases. What is today? The 28th. So Saturday, possibly PTCS format reveal with DishNet. Next Thursday, BREF 8. I have a feeling. Now, I was right about the Immortals being kind of copies of the earlier week cards, earlier lower level cards. I have a feeling we are going to see some meta Baseball Reference 8 cards come out next week. I just have a feeling this is going to be, we're going to look back on Baseball Reference 8 and say that was one of the best Baseball Reference sets of the cycle. I just have a feeling about that. We'll see. We'll see if I'm reading Spore right. And then we got September 6th. Yeah, September 6th is PTCS number 6. Loving the new color format. I love the purple. Purple rocks. Well, who is your favorite player of the set this week, guys? Mine, again, is the silver, just because I'm going to see a lot of him in the 5L, whether I draft him or someone else drafts him. But for formats that you guys play, what do you think? Who is your favorite card, a card that you're going to really enjoy playing over the next little while? As we end the show, let me know. Maybe it is one of your favorite players or a tournament you play a lot of. I think number 2 is Johnny Bench. I really love the Johnny Bench card for both 5L and 6L, particularly 6L. But I'm going to draft him a lot. I think I actually saw a Spore on one of your recent teams. You had a Johnny Bench, and I think he did pretty good. So we're starting to see him in the L's. Ricky Weeks, he wouldn't be my first choice as a silver, but I could see people drafting him. And same with Chuck Klein. I could see him as a strong if we had the 6L silvers. 5L, not so much. Just doesn't really have the profile as much for the 5L. Oh, so DishNet haven't confirmed that with DishNet. So they may be revealed on the weekend. They may not. Don't forget, you can get probably 30 drops on Saturday, 30 packs on Sunday just by tuning into the different affiliates. And we need to make our late bird draw to end off the show. Waggy Awards coming up on Monday, but tomorrow I am going to be on with the main drops turned on because we are going to do 5L bingo that we didn't do on Tuesday. And then we're going to do some PTWC hype. We're going to talk about the managers that are involved. We're going to look at maybe some of the cards that are favorites to use. And we are going to predict the winner. I'm hoping I'm going to be able to give out some packs and have a predict the champion contest tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. Hoping that I'm going to get a few of the competitors willing to drop on stream. Hopefully we can have 5 or 6 of them all chatting about the PTWC, hype it up a little bit, and encourage people to watch it on the weekend because it will be the biggest tournament of the year so far. Thank you to OTP for the raid. Thank you, Spore, for the raid. Thank you for all the work that you do, putting these great cards out week after week after week. And thanks for the follows today. Thanks for the subs. Got a couple subs. And thanks for using your Helm Biscuits. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to others. Give what you can. Take what you need. It's a great day for baseball. And right over to the next streamer. We're here for a good time. Not a long time. We'll have a good time and shine every day. As we close off, we're going to do the draw here, giving you plenty of time. Hopefully you're still in the chat. 13 people. Our winner is 10 packs coming your way, Steve.
So have a good time. The sun can't shine every